Hello friends, welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. Today we're going to build a React app with TypeScript. The plan is to build a CRUD client. So CRUD stands for Create, Read, Update, Delete, and thank you, David, for the 17 months. That's a long time. So yeah, we're going to build a front-end app that talks to a CRUD API. An API that supports creating, reading, updating, and deleting against a database. And so this is in the series of TypeScript things that we've been doing lately. And thank you, Nathan. Welcome in. Why are my commands not working? Okay, there it is. So yeah, if you go to this repo, Intro to TypeScript, it has the Express API that we built last week. If you check out this playlist on YouTube, it has the intro to TypeScript. It has how to build that CRUD API. And then last week, we set up a React app with all of this developer tooling. CRUD 2. Create, read, update, delete, and thank you. So today we're going to use this setup that has all of the developer tooling, and we're going to actually build an app with all of the React stuff. So that's going to be a good time. I think I might. Nest.js seems pretty cool. I mean, I've said before that I would never build anything with this just because it was so extra. Like, there's a lot of extra stuff. It's very enterprisey. But, as I get older and the more software experience I have, the more I lean towards highly opinionated things because it leaves less room for me to have to make decisions. So that's a thing. But so maybe it would be interesting to build something with this. Yeah, and they do have a cool banner and such. Okay, I will be right back. I need to go turn off my AC. Welcome in. Glad to have you. Here's something I want you to think about. And you're the first ones here, so you're going to get to decide. And Matal, thank you for the 5 months. Thank you to Acid Spark for the 29 months as well. It's that birthday where everybody stops counting. And Excavator, thank you for the 20 months as well. So we're going to build this thing. What styling solution do we use? Do we use Material UI? Do we use React Bootstrap? That's it. Those are your only options. Tailwind is not an option because Tailwind is a utility library. Suggesting that I use Tailwind is like suggesting that I use Sass. And that's not the goal of what I'm trying to do here. I want a component library because the other thing about building this app is it will get people used to working with component libraries. So vote, and I'll be back soon. Hello again. I'm back. And it looks like most people are leaning towards Material UI. So if you're just joining us, I'd like you to vote on what styling solution we should use. Though I've never used Chakra UI. I know I've seen some people talk about it. I've never heard of Mantine. We can take a look at it. And Tkinter? Never heard her. Oh, this is for Python. We're in JavaScript today. No Python. And then I've heard of Tailwind Components, but doesn't Tailwind Components cost money? A free repository for community components using Tailwind CSS. Yeah, I know. It's okay, Schwartz. Choose from our large collection of ready-to-use buttons. See, that's the thing, right? It's like, and I'll show the difference between like something like this and like Bootstrap or even Material UI, because those are like a set of components that all follow a similar theme, whereas this kind of looks like this has lots of options based on the thing that you chose, which is not what we're looking for. Tailwind CSS UI is probably the one that I'm thinking of, yeah. Yeah. And did I didn't open Semantic UI. We can take a look at Semantic UI. So, honestly, I'm probably going to choose the one that is the most popular. I'm not going to try to do the new hotness or anything like that. We're going to pick the one that is most used in production and that most people would want to learn. We talked about Daisy UI last time. Do they have like a Daisy UI React? And I've heard of Pure. We're also specifically looking for a framework that provides React components, not just a CSS framework. So basically React Daisy UI is a wrapper around Daisy UI that gives you React components like button, theme, etc. So this is probably what we would use. So, but I'm gonna go ahead and veto anything that has to do with Tailwind. And then we would probably want like pure CSS React to see if there's something that exists for that. Pure CSS React components. UI button. I don't like it. Okay. I don't like it. Semantic UI React. So, I mean, it looks like Material UI is winning, but we're going to do one more round of voting with Material UI and then some of these as well. Let's take a look. jQuery free declarative API. I mean, so we need buttons. We need cards. I guess they have a container. And we need forms. We're building a pretty simple app. So this could work. This could work. I've never heard of Mantine. And welcome in, Stony Eagle. Usage with create React app. Generate a new app. Add core hooks and emotion. So it uses emotion. I guess Material UI uses emotion too as well. All right. Mantine core. I always look at the button as an example. Yeah, so after I'll have to edit this thing down and everything after we get it going. Mantine, yeah, there's a Pokemon named Mantine, which looks like a manta ray. Or Stingray. What's a manta ray? Is that like a sports? Let's look on Best of JS. And is there like, yeah, UI frameworks, and then search for the term React. Oh, well, not UI. I guess we probably want like CSS or like component toolkit. Here we go. Ooh, Ant Design has more stars on GitHub than Material UI. Interesting. And then Chakra UI is on there. Cool. Is that like sports? Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and veto anything that like isn't like, is Mantine even on here? Yeah, I guess it's a newer one. It has 14,000 stars. Maybe we'll try Chakra, cause that. Oh no, I guess Ant Design is at the top of the list. Okay, we're gonna vote between the top three: Chakra, Material UI, and Ant Design. We'll choose from there, and then I might also override it anyways. But let's go from there. Which component library? Material UI, Ant Design, or Chakra UI? Mantine has a good type system. So we're not in a Next app. We're using like a purely static React app built with Vite. I've never heard of Next UI though. Is it purely for Next.js apps? Get started. Button. Cool. Yeah, and so I mean, I'll use this as a teaching moment. Tailwind is not at all comparable to these things. Tailwind is a CSS utility library. So I think of Tailwind as just like it's like Sass. So Sass is a language that compiles down to CSS, and it gives us lots of cool features in CSS. So if you've never heard of Sass, it gives us cool things like variables. I mean, we have variables in CSS now. We didn't used to, but you get that with Sass. You can do things like nesting. Basically, this makes your CSS writing experience more enjoyable as a developer. Tailwind CSS, very similar thing, except instead of like writing CSS, you're just using class names. These things that we're looking at now are full-fledged CSS frameworks and component libraries. Like you wouldn't call a CSS style language a CSS framework because it doesn't give you pre-styled buttons or pre-styled cards or anything like that. All of these frameworks do. They literally have a pre-styled card or pre-styled button that you can use. Whereas if you're using Sass or using Tailwind, you have to pick and choose all the CSS properties to create those buttons, if that makes sense. And you'll see them in action in a second. Next UI looks. I mean, I like their docs, and I like their dark design. This is pretty slick. Getting started, so we can add it. Set up Next UI provider. Yeah, and it looks like we could probably use it with. We could use it with just React. I don't think we would need to use Next.js. Yeah, we're specifically looking for a component library. But yeah, I mean, I wasn't specifically targeting you with that explanation. There are a lot of people that don't understand what Tailwind is. Okay, this looks cool. I want to see it on GitHub. Okay. So if we did that setup, it would pre-render them. That's pretty cool. And let's see how many stars they have on GitHub. They have 7.8 thousand stars, and so that would put them down here on the list. Like they're less popular than those. I'm gonna go ahead and veto it just because it's not popular. I want to use something that is popular and that people use. Okay, I think those are our choices: Material UI, Ant Design, or Chakra UI. You got 5 minutes. Vote now. People already voted Bootstrap out. I would have chosen. I mean, React Bootstrap is just it's so simple. And yeah, they work with Bootstrap 5 as well, so that's cool. The other interesting thing about using Bootstrap is we could use Bootswatch, which gives Bootstrap themes. So you could use React Bootstrap, but then instead of using the regular Bootstrap CSS, you could pick a theme like Cyborg or, I mean, I like Cyborg. There's also Quartz looks pretty cool, or Slate, or Vapor. So you could pick one of these, and then all of your Bootstrap stuff will look like one of these themes here. But people tend to hate on Bootstrap just because I don't know, a lot of the web looks like Bootstrap, and yeah, that's just it. Like, if you use Bootstrap, everyone will know that you used Bootstrap. I mean, similarly with Material UI, but Material UI implements Material Design, which is not a CSS framework. Material Design is a design language published by Google. They literally wrote some documentation and decided on user interaction and UI flow for how things should work in Material Design. And then other people have implemented that as CSS frameworks. And that's what Material UI is. But people don't like that because maybe you don't want to have Material Design on your website. Because then a lot of things on the web look like Material Design. Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting point, Red Shard, but, like, it's not that big. Like, we could look at the size of a CSS file, for instance. Like, let's say I wanted this Cyborg theme. Let's look at the network traffic. Cyborg bootstrap.min.css. I guess it forced me to download it. Oh, here we go. $200 kilobytes. That is a lot. That is a lot. But yeah, that's the other aspect of Bootstrap is like you can actually make your own version of it where you pick and choose the components that you're using. Yeah, that's really big for CSS. I do agree. Oh, Ant Design is pulling ahead. I mean, it is the most popular one. Can we look at Google Trends? How does that work? Okay. Can I overlay things? Like, I want to look at Ant Design. What is it? Ant Design. Compare that with MUI. And then also Chakra UI. Like, you see how popular Material UI is? I mean, we could adjust this search term. Because MUI might be something else. Material UI. Yeah, and then if I'm telling, like, Bootstrap, even bigger than that. Maybe not. Oh, I spelled it wrong. That's why. Bootstrap. Yeah, I mean, it dwarfs it in comparison. We could also do like Bootstrap CSS. That's a little bit closer if we qualify it. Bootstrap front end framework. Material UI. Chakra UI, Ant Design. But yeah, like, clearly Bootstrap is extremely popular. I mean, that doesn't mean it's good. That doesn't mean we should use it. But if we're going by, okay, so like this whole thing I'm making for YouTube, right? So I have to think about like what do people actually want to learn, and also what would get them to click on the video. Oh, does it say Material? Where did that pop up? Material. When I was searching for Material UI, the Chernobyl disaster popped up. Oh yeah, when I did React. Oh, like a nuclear reactor. That's probably why. Material UI and Material CSS are not the same thing. They both implement Material Design, which is a design language created by Google. So this is like think of this like a document they wrote that describes what buttons should look like, what cards should look like, how users would interact with the page. They also describe like animations and stuff like that. So Material UI, it's a tie. All right, we'll have a tiebreaker. Yeah, it is the specification. It's basically a written document with examples of do's and don'ts of what to do with material design. And then material UI is a specific implementation of that. MD Bootstrap is, so that's actually an interesting thing to think about. So Bootstrap is a CSS framework that gives you CSS classes for buttons, cards, list items, those kinds of things, right? MD Bootstrap literally took the Bootstrap framework and then just adjusted those styles to look like material design, to fit the material design specification. So MD Bootstrap would be comparable to Material UI or Material CSS, or in the Vue world, Vuetify, because they all implement the material design specification. Materiant UI. I'm going to throw Bootstrap in here just as the wild card, because there's more people showing up. Maybe people will vote for Bootstrap. Go. Yep, and then I'm telling you, you all just joined, and you're suggesting Tailwind, which doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. Tailwind does not fit into this category. And if you think it does, then you don't understand what Tailwind is. Not to be mean. I don't know why I'm being mean right now. I'm just tired of hearing about Tailwind. It does not solve the problem that we are trying to solve with this choice right now. And Pablo, thank you for that resub. LearnerBot, thank you for the Prime. That guy from Holland with the 4-month resub. And Clink50 with the 10 months. Appreciate you all. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if Tailwind is overrated, because very obviously a lot of developers like using it, right? I mean, I think you would call something overrated if it gets a lot of press or it gets a lot of hype, and then like it's not actually useful for people and people don't actually use it. Oh, you're right. It did do 5 minutes. We'll cut it off at the halfway mark. So when the bar reaches halfway, we'll choose the winner. But there are a lot of people that like Tailwind, and they are very passionate about the fact that they like Tailwind. But it solves a different set of problems than these things. Like I mentioned it earlier, but Tailwind solves similar problems as something like Sass language or Sassling. In that it is useful utilities for styling. They're different, because I know Tailwind is like CSS classes, but they're CSS utility classes that essentially map to like individual CSS properties. But when Sass came out, this was very useful because it gave us a lot of features that CSS doesn't have, and so a lot of developers use this in styling their apps because it has a lot of cool features. And then when you're working with React, it goes like one level deeper, because you might be using Sass, but you might also be using styled components, or you might be using CSS and JS, or CSS modules, but all of those things could actually be using Sass. Yeah. This is not for the inventory app. This is for the API that we built 2 weeks ago, I think, at this point. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, I've tried Tailwind. I mean, if you've tuned into the Dino streams, that's basically my first time trying Tailwind. Every app that I have built professionally used a component library. We did do custom styling, so a designer designed custom UI components for the various apps that we were building, but we didn't start from scratch. We didn't just use Sass. Or if you were using Tailwind, we didn't just use Tailwind. We picked a component library, and then we customized the theme of that component library to fit the design that the designer had designed, and then we use the component library throughout our React app. And that makes a lot of sense, because these component libraries have done a lot of work to make nice, good components. And they are, like, especially Material UI is very customizable. You can change the base theme, and then all of the buttons you use will look similar, that kind of thing. We could write a UI library. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, if you're trying to build fast, use a component library, because, like, technically you don't have to make a custom theme. You could just use Material UI out of the box, and you get a decent looking app. Now, obviously, if you have like a custom product and that product has like a brand that it's trying to fit, you would want to try to fit your UI components to that. But yeah, I mean, Material UIs is used a lot of places. All right, we're gonna go with Material UI. I mean, I guess I am kind of surprised because I mean, Material UI has been the most popular, or one of the most popular, for a very long time. And it is interesting to see that Ant Design has actually surpassed it by 1,000 stars. I've only looked at Ant Design docs. I've never actually used it. I've never used Nest.js on the backend. I've talked about I might use it eventually. And it would be cool to create my own UI library. Really, that would just be an exercise in getting better at CSS, honestly, because I've never written my own like UI component library. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, in the people that like Tailwind would argue that if you're putting 12 classes on something, you would actually refactor that into its own component because you're using a component library. So you only have to do that once because you extracted it into a component. And they argue that it's not that different than having like a scoped CSS file for that one component. I don't know. If you write Tailwind, you know enough CSS to not use Tailwind. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it depends, right? It depends on how much you want to customize them, which is why you would potentially pick a different component library or CSS framework, depending on the kinds of customization that you want to do. I mean, all of these support customization, but it's really just a matter of choosing what base you want to use. Chakra UI got voted out in the last round. Yeah. Are there custom implementations? Not that I know of. Like, Material UI is just Material UI because it implements Material Design. And then Ant Design, maybe Ant Design has themes and such. I guess the other interesting thing about Ant Design is they support multiple... Oh, I thought they supported multiple frameworks. But yeah. Yeah. Isn't that refactoring just regular CSS? Well, I missed the context. Please clarify, because I was probably talking about something else. Amhek is saying, I think the important piece for everyone is to be thoughtful about the tools you use. Mindlessly promoting the use of a tool is not going to result in quality decisions long term. A good architect will consider the pros and cons objectively and move forward with one that works well enough for their particular case. Exactly. I mean, and thank you, Amhek, for saying that. It's really, really well said and well worded. I mean, that's why there are options. Like, people will choose a specific thing for what they're trying to do. If you think about my situation right here, I am writing or designing and making a tutorial for people that are learning React and TypeScript, and then this might also be the first component library that they ever work with. Because if they're newer in the React world, maybe they just like learn some basic React and they haven't actually used a UI component library yet. So honestly, I think it does make sense to use either Material UI or I think in my situation for this specific app that I'm building, either of these would have been a good choice because they're both popular and they're both something that new developers would see in the or more likely to see on the job. And so if they build something with Material UI, they might get hired somewhere and that's what they're using, and so now they have experience with it. That's the other thing to think about. Like, if we use one of these lesser known ones, sure, we might have a better developer experience or it might be nicer to work with, but they haven't picked up in popularity, so not as many people are using them, so they don't have as much don't have as much value in terms of like if you're a newer dev trying to find a job and you have a certain amount of React experience. Yeah, sure, but scope CSS does make it easier to manage the styles when you're working with components, because otherwise you have global CSS, and that's the thing that Tailwind is essentially solving the problem of. Like, Tailwind does not like the idea of global CSS classes that you can apply anywhere. I don't like that either, which is why I like scope CSS. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think it's the other aspect of it though is like if you're using Tailwind and you're in development, you don't have to go to another file, right? You literally just throw those classes in, and like once you've gotten over the initial learning curve of Tailwind and you know all of the most commonly used like utility classes and stuff, you can probably be really productive with it. I'm really productive with CSS because I know it. Like I literally would have to change my entire workflow and learn Tailwind. And Tailwind is a private company. Like Tailwind is not a web standard. CSS is a web standard. So, yeah. Pixel 2, Pi 1, rounded, background black. I agree, D and Bull. I just like stuff that works and solves my issue. Yeah. So the backend was written with TypeScript and Express. So Material UI itself cannot be used with Vue. So Material UI, let's talk about it. And I think I'll even I'll talk about this in the video, because it is like a common misconception. Like people don't understand. Like Material UI is not from Google. Material UI is an implementation of a specification created by Google. Close that. And then, like, you might have heard of Material CSS or Materialize? Materialize CSS, yeah. This is just a CSS implementation of material design. And then specific, so to the question, can Material UI be used with Vue? If you're in the Vue ecosystem, there is a framework called Vuetify, which is one of the most popular UI libraries. Like, I've worked with a lot of component libraries in various frameworks, like in Angular, in React, and in Vue. Vuetify has the best developer experience of all of them and has the most built-in components of all of them. Excuse me, but it only works with Vue. So if you want material design in your Vue app, you would likely choose Vuetify. And so I guess what I'm going to show is like all of these various things have a way of creating a material button. I always go to the button as an example because it's like classic throughout. And then there's also MDL, which is a material design light. This is from Google. This is a CSS library from Google that implements the material design specification. And then there's also MD Bootstrap, which somebody mentioned earlier, which is essentially Bootstrap, which is essentially Bootstrap, but they customize the Bootstrap styles to look like material design. Look at that. That is definitely a material design button. I guess we would want to look at components. Yeah. Components, buttons. Look at that. So if you look at all of these, they are all going to give you the same-ish button, right? Within reason. Like some of them do it slightly different, but for the most part, all of these buttons are meant to look like material design buttons. Can I turn off dark mode on this website? Settings? Light. There we go. Just for comparison. I know it's blinding you, but just for comparison. And then if we look in here, we can go to buttons. Cool. Yeah, I'm going to talk about what all these things are. Yep. Oh, and then Prime UI has, you can choose Bootstrap. Oh, you know what? I think I did use Prime. I thought they have like a paid plan or something like that. This is not it. This is something completely different. Isn't it? Oh, maybe it is. Oh, I've never heard of that one then. I'm trying to remember the one that I used. Let me know if the audio is desynced. Yeah, so I've tried to follow BIM. I'm not the best at it. I always have to like look it up and like figure out the best way to name my CSS classes, which is one of the arguments against using CSS that Tailwind has. Is they're like, well, naming is hard, and if we don't have to worry about naming, then we don't do that. Think of learning Vue or Next. If both, what order? Depends on what you're trying to do with your life. If you're trying to find a job, depends on where you are in the world, but Next.js is probably closer to what you would find more of in the job market. Vue is easier to learn, in my opinion and in my experience. And you wouldn't directly compare Vue with Next.js. There's a thing called Nuxt.js, which is like the Vue.js equivalent of Next.js. So if you're going to do Vue and you want to do it in the style of Next.js, then you would use this thing called Nuxt. Because Vue is the JavaScript framework. Next.js, the JavaScript framework used is React. And then with Nuxt.js, the JavaScript framework is Vue.js. Yeah, and I think like that's a valid thing. Like in terms of developer workflow and developer experience, like if you don't like coming up with names, if you're writing CSS, you got to come up with class names. Yeah. That is surprising. I mean, I haven't built a Vue app in a while, but like that was one of the trickiest parts of the upgrade to Vue 3. Is Vuetify didn't support it yet, and apparently it's still in beta. Yeah, I'll show Quasar. Yeah, that's wild. Wild. And then there's probably Angular material. I mean, I don't know. Is it called Angular material? Yeah. Oh, core memory unlocked. I literally used this with AngularJS like 10 years ago. This one is probably for Angular IO. Or Angular, not AngularJS. But look at that. Wow. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, I will say, like, aside from Vuetify, Angular Material was one of the best experiences I've had with a UI framework as well, or a component framework, specifically with AngularJS. Like this was not Angular. I mean, it's probably changed since then, but okay, yeah. And then I'll also show Quasar because that's another one in the Vue ecosystem. It implements material design. Show me a button. Are there other React component libraries that, and actually I'll do it in this order because I'll show material design like materials because these are both just CSS. And then MD Bootstrap is also just CSS. And if we talk about a React specific, then we have Material UI. If we talk about Vue specific, we have Vuetify and Quasar. If we talk about Angular, we have that. Working on an Angular and Ionic app at the moment, wouldn't recommend. Okay. What I think is a starting salary for web dev that isn't too much, but a good start. It highly depends on where you are in the world. And then also what kind of web dev you're going to be doing. Because web dev is a very general term. You could just be building HTML and CSS landing pages. And that's very different than building applications with React or Vue. So you have to qualify that. And really the answer to your question is to find job postings in your area. And then I guess also take a look at, like, I think Glassdoor sometimes lists salaries, so you can see what that is. I'll say for my area, I live in Denver, Colorado, and the average starting salary of a junior developer is like around 60 to 70K, but it only goes up from there. Like I've known people that have started at 90K or 100K. But again, that's here where there's a fairly high cost of living. There's a pretty big tech scene. There's lots of tech jobs. I don't know. I have no idea, Rude Boy. No idea. Yeah. Cool. Front-end React in Germany. Yeah, then I have no idea. I would look at the job postings in your area, and then I don't know if Glassdoor covers Glassdoor covers salaries in other countries, but you might look into it. Okay, Jmode Saint has a comment. TLDR. For example, we at our company use Sketch and Zeppelin, which is the way how to design is delivered to devs. I see that MIUI got the whole thing from them for Sketch, and it's really nice to Sketch design the front end with all of their components. So it must be possible to use Material UI in Vue or any other framework, isn't it? Not quite. So I know what you're talking about too. So Sketch is like a UI design app. And so designers can use this to lay out apps and such. But there is a plugin for Sketch that will take the designer's designs and actually generate Material UI components. And it'll actually generate React code. There probably is a plugin that will generate Vue code or Vuetify code, but it would be a separate plugin. Because basically, like the UI kits that you're getting in Sketch are actually just like UI elements specific to Sketch, and then you would need some sort of converter to take that UI element and turn it into something that would work in a framework. I believe you can also just like export straight CSS from Sketch as well, but that's probably what you would look into. You would want basically like a Sketch to Vuetify generator. Let's look it up. Sketch UI kit Vuetify. Yeah, so you can see, so Vuetify is specifically the component framework for Vue, but they offer UI kits for Figma, Adobe XD, and then you could pull these UI kits in, like drag and drop your UI, and then they probably have a way of generating Vuetify components from that. So there's probably a way to do it with Sketch as well. Yeah. the job market is weird here in the US. All right. I've already been live for an hour, but we have a plan. So basically, we are going to use Material UI. That was the winner. We're going to use Material UI, which is this one, to build out our app. And no, I haven't looked through Alpine. I've heard of it, but I haven't looked through it. But this is our plan. I do want to Dockerize the API that we built last time, so that way if somebody is building this front end, they can just do Docker compose up on the back end, and they don't have to worry about like installing dependencies and stuff like that. So I do need to set that up. We'll set up the React app using the starter we built last week. We'll set up Material UI, set up React query, and then build out all of the various functionality. But what I will do right now is talk about what is material design, because we're going to use Material UI. So let's do it. Let's get into it. Everybody put your learning hat on, and let's get into it. Okay. I have not heard of linear, no. Installing dependencies would be easier than using Docker. The issue is there's a MongoDB. And that gets tricky because they'd have to install MongoDB locally. So we're really just going to create like a Docker compose that has a MongoDB inside of it. Yeah, and I think for the most part, less and less people are using Redux, especially if you're using something like React Query. Like React Query, we'll talk about it later, but it solves a lot of the state management around dealing with APIs, whether it's GraphQL APIs or just plain old REST APIs. But built in is a way of caching, a way of managing multiple requests to the same resource, a way of invalidating that cache, and then a way of reusing that cache data in various components, which is something you typically do like in a Redux store. So yeah, we're going to use TanStack Query. I call it React Query because that's still what most people know it by, but I believe it is now TanStack Query. Okay. All right, let's talk about material design. And this is going to be like spliced into the tutorial somewhere. This also could just be its own. Honestly, I could make this a YouTube video. Let's make it a standalone YouTube video. Do I look presentable? Do I look okay? Am I ready? Hello friends, welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. In this video, we're going to talk about material design and really just talk about what is it, and then talk about the various implementations of it throughout the front-end ecosystem. So material design is a design specification created by Google, and it is a specification. That is, they have specified what buttons should look like. They have specified what cards should look like. They have specified user interaction patterns, and they have specified do's and don'ts for all of these various types of things. But it is not an implementation. They think of it like they wrote a book on how to style things using this style, and then other people have implemented. So specifically, if you go to material.io/design, you can see their specification, and you can read about all the various types of UI components. So I'm going to focus on buttons because that's one of the most common things across all of these. But if you go into material.io components buttons, you can see all of the information they have about buttons. So principles, like buttons should be identifiable, they should be findable. There are various types of buttons. Buttons have various pieces inside of it. So this is a specification. It tells you how you should design a button if you're following the material design specification. Then there is implementation. And I've never actually clicked this. Let me see what it gives us. Oh yeah, and so like there would be implementation for various platforms. So there's a material design implementation for Android. There's one for iOS. There's one for web. And this specifically is grabbing from the material library. So that's it for this part. Material design is a specification. It's a general thing that doesn't apply to one specific front-end framework or one specific CSS framework or library. It's a very general thing. And then you have actual implementations. One of those implementations is called MDL, or Material Design Lite. This implementation is from Google. They wrote all of this CSS. You can add it to your app, and then you get buttons. So if you're familiar with Bootstrap or Bulma, it's a similar thing. You add this CSS to your page, and now you can get these nice material design buttons just by adding the CSS and then putting these specific class names on that button. But this is just a CSS library or CSS framework that implements the specification. And this is from Google. There's a popular one called Materialize CSS, and this is just yet another implementation. So they basically wrote their own CSS framework. They have all of the classes. And so if you want a button to look like material design, you add Materialize CSS to your page, then you put these classes on the button, and then you get a button that looks like that. And you can see that for the most part, these look similar. They have like different colors. The material design specification doesn't specify specifically what colors to use, but it does specify the contrast you should have between a primary color and a secondary color. So like you can have material design and still like use any colors that you want. So Materialize CSS is just a CSS implementation of material design. There's also Material Design Bootstrap. So if you know of Bootstrap, it is a CSS framework that lets you add CSS to the page, and then you get all of these classes that you can use to get pre-styled UI components. MD Bootstrap is essentially using the Bootstrap framework, but they've modified the themes and all of the styles to look like material design. So to basically implement the material design specification. And if you look at their website, they show like how you would add it, and then like basically it just looks like you're using Bootstrap, but because you've added this CSS, you get things that look like material design. So each one of these is just a CSS framework that you can add to your page. It's literally a CSS file. You add it, you get access to all of these styles, and now you can start using material design things on your page. There's another level of a way of using material design, and that is with a component framework. And that will vary depending on what front-end framework you're using. So specifically, if you are using React, there's a library called Material UI or MUI or MUI. MUI? How do you say it? Material UI? But essentially, this is an implementation of material design specifically for React. So they did the work of defining all of the styles and everything, but now they also give you components. So if you're familiar with working in React, you now get a literal button component that you can import, and when you use it, it will look like material design, like that. But this is specific to React. These are React components for React apps that implements the material design standard. If you're in the Vue world, there is this thing called Vuetify. And again, you get a button that looks like that, but you get this component called vButton that you would use. And it looks similar. It looks almost the same as all of these other buttons, but this is specifically for using inside of Vue.js. And in the Vue world, there's also a thing called Quasar. Again, it's just another component library that you would go in and add, but once you have it, then you have this Q button, whereas if you're using Vuetify, you get these V buttons like that. And then lastly, like if you're in the Angular world, the one that I found is Angular Material, which are Angular components that implement material design. So you can see that you get a button with these like custom directives, and then you add those on there, and then you get a styled material design button. So that was a whirlwind overview and tour of what all of this stuff is and how they're different. But to sum it up, material design is a specification, has implemented in a lot of different ways, sometimes just as CSS, and then sometimes as CSS plus custom components that you can use in your app. I guess I'll also mention that there are various UI toolkits you can get for all of these various UI design tools. So like Sketch or Figma or Adobe XD, you can find a UI toolkit that matches up with Material UI or matches up with Vuetify, and then your UI designers could design the layout and then actually generate components that you can use in your app that fit either like Material UI or Vuetify, different things like that. So that's all I have to say about that. Hopefully that clears things up a little bit, and now you know the difference between all of them. Thanks for watching this. If you found this useful, please click that thanks button down there. We'll see you in the next one. Okay, so that's it. Did anybody learn anything? Type 1 in the chat if you learned something. Yeah, it was pretty good. It was pretty good. Can't find the button. Wait, what? Oh, it's gonna be on. The thanks button is on YouTube. Cool. Next. Why? No. It's not yet. Come on. Okay. Gotta be nice. Why? I mean, I could make a video on why I don't like Tailwind, but that's just me. I'm not gonna tell everyone that they shouldn't use Tailwind and it's a horrible thing. If Tailwind works for you and it increases your output or like is a better developer workflow for you, great. Okay, I had planned on YouTube Shorts, but I'm trying to focus on my courses lately. So like I don't know. I mean, I could technically try to do some shorts in live streams in general. Why I hate Tailwind? No, why Tailwind is not for me in 99 seconds. So the thing is, if I use the title, why Tailwind is not for me, it'll get like half as many views. But there are certain YouTubers that use very harsh language, like hate, or like I'm never using this again. And those videos do really well because it's clickbait. It's like, if you actually watch the video, they clarify it a little bit, but they're titled that way to get people to click on the video. I don't care if people click on my video. I just want to, I want people to understand why I have the opinions that I have, and I want them to form their own opinions. I'm not trying to force my opinions on anyone. Yeah. You shouldn't use Tailwind, and it's a horrible thing. No, I did not say that. I did not say that. Yeah. No, I think that's the thing is like, yeah, controversy does get people going. Like it gets people to click, it gets people to talk. And that's the other thing about videos like that is a lot of the engagement actually it is people that are arguing the opposite point. And that's what they want, because when you add comments or the fact that you even watch the video to argue against them increases their engagement. So, yeah. The course isn't out yet. It's taken a while. It's taking much longer than I thought. But I will let you know. So I mean, right now I do send out just like a weekly email. I send out an email every Monday. But eventually that same mailing list I'll use to let you know about the course. So if you want to join the mailing list, eventually I'll let you know about the course. Yeah, like the thing is, like I've talked about it before, but I basically have competing priorities. Like honestly, my main focus right now should be my course. Like I shouldn't even be teaching React right now because that's not what my course is on. But this is a fun topic, and the thing is like I don't have much TypeScript content on my YouTube channel. Like all of the recent 3 videos are like some of the first TypeScript content in a long time, and a lot of people are trying to learn TypeScript. So yeah, I think it would actually be interesting to do a civil debate with someone that does like Tailwind and does use it on a daily basis. That would make an interesting video. The thing is, like, if you look at the Tailwind docs, they are very opinionated, and they have an entire. Because I was reading about it, and they in their like getting started in their tutorial, they talk about why you would even use Tailwind, and they talk about why they don't like CSS classes and they don't like naming. Like in this example right here, this shows you if you were to write it with CSS, it would look like this. You have all of these CSS classes, and then you have your classes just defined over here. But with Tailwind, it looks like this. And they argue for it. They talk about why this is better. So, I don't know. Yeah, you know, I saw your message and I addressed it. Yeah, and I think that's totally valid. Like that is why a lot of people do like it, because you don't have to bounce between a CSS file. You don't have to figure out names for your CSS classes. But I mean, I would argue that it's just another skill that you can learn. Like just like naming variables in your JavaScript, it takes practice to get good at it. I'm calling the course Full Stack 101. The idea is it's like a crash course about full stack in terms of front end, back end, databases, all that. And Nilium, thank you for the bits. Much appreciated. Okay. Yeah, I think that's the other aspect of it, though, is like having shock content like that, or like content that gets people riled up. I don't know if it's sustainable, right? Because like there are certain people, well, not certain, like people get tired of negativity, right? And so like they may get sucked into it a little bit because they want to argue their point, but eventually, like those people don't turn into long-term viewers. Like those people are just they'll show up, they'll argue against you, and then they'll leave. Whereas if you have a more, I mean, like a less harsh stance on things, you're more likely to get people that stick around and that like that appreciate your opinions and all of that good stuff. I don't know. Would I advise using rem units for all styling or only for fonts? I use rem for like padding and margin too. Really, just in general, like relative units are good for responsive and adaptive design. Yeah. Yeah. Have I worked with lit element? I only built some basic stuff with lit. It's pretty cool. Like if you want to build web components, it seems like the way to go. There's also like stencil.js, but I believe it uses JSX. I like that lit doesn't use JSX. A cool CSS and JS solution where you write CSS and then use a transpile to convert your CSS into atomic styles that don't get repeated. That's pretty cool. I mean, that's technically what should happen with if you set up Tailwind the right way. Like, I believe there's a build process for Tailwind where it will detect repeated usage of a certain set of classes, and then it will extract that into a reusable class, transparent to you. Like, that's just part of the build process. I've never set anything like that up, though. Yeah. Yeah. High turnover, yeah. Out with the negativity. I mean, I think the thing is, like, you can be negative, but, like, all the time, people get tired of that. Like, I don't know. We need some positivity. Yeah, I mean, I've looked at PNPM. We've looked at it on stream. I think one time I tried to do a PNPM install in, like, a Vue app, and it broke. They probably fixed it since then, but I don't know. Like these days, NPM is actually like fast enough. Okay, I am now going to let's go positivity. I am going to Dockerize my MongoDB thing. So here I go. I'm going to do a fresh clone of the intro to TypeScript thing because it has the examples branch. And then inside of here, it has the examples and then the express API. So what I want to do is I want to create a Docker Compose file that will give people a Mongo database. Because right now, it just expects that MongoDB is available and installed locally. But I know not everyone will have that, so I want to get a nice little Docker file for them so that they can start up a MongoDB and then start up the app. Yeah. And honestly, we're gonna do some copy pasting. But let's look for Docker MongoDB. Let's see if they have some good documentation over here. The content section is chopping off the top line. Please clarify. I don't understand. And Milos, thank you very much for the 25-month resub. That's a long time. Thank you for all the support. Oh, clear the terminal. Hello, world. Let me read that first one. I don't know. All right, so this is literally called Mongo, and look at that. They have a nice little Docker Compose that we can use. So we'll have that. I'm actually not going to containerize my Express app. I'm just going to containerize the Mongo piece, so it makes it easier for people to just spin it up and connect to it. Like this is literally all you need to get a MongoDB with Docker. Oh, no worries, Acid Spark. I appreciate you looking at. Username, password, cool. So if you do that now, the sample would look like this, and this will actually just be localhost, like that. I don't want to Dockerize the Express app because then there's a bit more setup to make it so that, like, if I change a file here, the Docker container restarts. It's just as easy to just do like an npm install to get it going, because it's a pretty simple npm install and then an npm run dev, because you would need node.js installed on your machine anyway. Oh yeah, you're totally right. I need a volume. Thank you. And then we need to figure out where to map that volume to. But the reason we use a volume is so that if the container shuts down, it has the data when it restarts. So this points at etc mongo. We want, where's the data directory? Yeah, I mean, the reason I use Mongo is because it was so easy to set. So, I mean, if you look at the the Express API we wrote last time, we literally just have a connection to MongoDB running locally, and then we're good to go from there. So we just have that local connection, and then we can write queries against it. So if we look at our to-do handlers, query the database for all of the to-dos. Let's see, find one to-do in the database. Find one and update. Like, it's super simple. Like, we're not using an external service. And when I wrote this, MongoDB was just running locally on my machine. Like, I didn't have to spin up. Thank you. Data/DB, is that in here? There it is. I didn't have to spin up like a Mongo Atlas instance or sign up for anything. Everything was just running locally. So that's another aspect here. DB data. And then we'll add db data to the git ignore. Cool. Let's try it out. Oh yeah, you're totally right. We need to expose the port too. Thank you. you all are smart. And then I actually need to do Mongo or like brew services stop. Brew services list. Because I have to actually stop the MongoDB service because right now MongoDB is running on my machine. MongoDB community. Brew services stop. Oh, that's not it. MongoDB -community. So this will stop MongoDB that's just like running on my machine so that whenever I start up Mongo in the Docker container, it can use that port. That's the default. That. Change the Docker port? Why? That's true. Well, weren't you the one that told me not to containerize Express, or was that somebody else? Oh yeah, it does, Bajosi. So yeah. I mean, if that was over here, I think in DB, yeah. So, if Mongo URI is not found in the env, it'll use this default value. Yeah, that's how that will work. Hey, what's up, Alka? Welcome in. You know what? Let's containerize the the Express app. 'Cause why not? I'm just gonna use a previous project for this. I think inventory app was like a node.js app, and it has nope. We didn't see. We only containerized the database there. I believe entropy chat has a Docker file we can use. It's pretty simple. Yeah, look at that. Easy. And then we have an ecosystem file for PM2. Yeah, I think we'll set all of that up. Okay. So we also want a Docker file. I mean, I could turn this into a YouTube video. I'm not going to. Like, I just want to get this done so we can work on the React app. Okay, so we have Node, LTS Alpine. We're going to use PM2 to keep it running and watching. We have our working directory here. Why do I need this in FG Codex? Change ownership of node.node. Yeah. So this code is already on GitHub. I'll add this commit, and then you'll be able to see all this Docker stuff too. Cool. And then we want an ecosystem config. So I'm using Docker in conjunction with PM2 because PM2 is like a process manager that will auto restart if it crashes, that kind of thing. It's more production ready than just something like nodemon, because I mean you wouldn't want to run nodemon in production anyways because it restarts on file changes. Ecosystem.config.js. Cool. It'll be copied as root, ran as the node user. Oh, okay. Can I just do it like this? Or do I need to do like a recursive change ownership? How do you deploy apps on a virtual private server? Do you have Nginx in Docker or on a host? You can do it multiple ways. Typically, I have Nginx running directly on the VPS, and then I have some reverse proxies that point at Docker containers. But you could put everything in Docker. So even your Nginx thing could be in a Docker container that then does a reverse proxy to all of your other Docker containers. Yeah. So copy ... Yeah, I'll explain all of this, but that basically takes all of the code in this directory and puts it into the image that we're creating here. I don't know when the next cottage stream will be. I got a lot of other stuff going on. That's it. Might need to go before pass, but you did Nginx in Docker. Let's encrypt. Yeah, so I mean, so on my VPSs, I have Nginx running on the VPS itself, and then like Let's Encrypt certbot can just modify all of the configs whenever it needs to set up HTTPS. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, PM2 can handle anything. Okay, we got this. We've got our ecosystem config that points at source. This is what we need to change because we're using TypeScript. So we need to tell it how to run the TypeScript code. We need to use like TS node. I mean, technically, I don't think I would need PM2 here. I actually could just do nodemon with the TypeScript file. I think that's probably what I want because otherwise we're gonna have a lot more configuration, and like we'd have to do a build step and like watch on build. So yeah, I'm not going to use PM2. I'm just going to use TS node, or sorry, I'm going to use nodemon. npx npm run dev. That's what I want. And this is like this is development. We would have a separate configuration if we're containerizing this for production, because npm run dev starts nodemon and points at a TypeScript file. All right. Is there a reason to use PM2 instead of nodemon? You would definitely want to, yeah, you definitely want to use PM2 in production. The way I'm setting this up is so that we have a good developer experience and that this container will spin up, but because it's running, we'll also set up a volume, and because it's running nodemon, if I make changes to my backend API, the Docker container will restart. That's one of the things you want in development. In production, you don't want that. In production, you just want a built image with all of the stuff inside of it, and it doesn't care if the files change, and the files shouldn't change because it's a container running in production. Okay, that looks good. Then we need a section in our Docker compose that starts our API, and it's gonna look like this. So how would you do that with a Docker file in FG Codex? Would you have a separate Docker file for production versus development, or would you handle all of that configuration in a Docker compose? So it depends on Mongo. All that's there. Dockerfile.dev, dockerfile.prod. What's up, Oscar? Welcome in. I guess that would work. Do you lose your syntax highlighting if you put like Hey, you don't. Okay. And then but the Docker compose, instead of building dot, would just need to be ./dockerfile.dev. Yeah. Okay. And then I'm actually going to pull in, so we're going to throw port 5000, and we're just going to pull all of these environment variables in. Cool. Let's check it out. Whoa, so you got lots of Docker compose. You have a single Docker file. base OS development environment. Are these arguments that you can pass in when you do the Docker build? So if we look at dev, target development. I've never used targets before. Yeah, that's really cool. So you say target in your compose, and then that matches a specific area in your Docker file. In this as section. So because this is as development, this is what would happen when it says that specific target. That's cool. Never done that before. But I now know that I wrote that wrong in the Docker file. This needs to go here. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Oh, man, I closed my Electron app. That's not it. Serve. Cool. I'm not going to do this, but it's really good to know. I mean, especially like in the main reason is I don't really plan to deploy this with Docker. I think if I deployed this, I would probably figure out a way to deploy it to Vercel and then have the database on Mongo Atlas. Like I wouldn't really deploy it with Docker files. Okay. This seems fine. We also have volumes mapped, the npm cache and the node modules. And then we have the current directory mapped to the app directory inside of the container. And then it will restart on failure. Yeah. Okay. This seems fine. Let's talk through it for all the newbies. And then I'll push this up and then like walk through how someone would set it up because they would need it for building the React app. All right, so now we have our and actually let me grab this. So we have Mongo username and Mongo password. And then now our env sample, we'd have that as well. So Mongo password is CRUD. And the Mongo username is CRUD API. And then our database connection becomes CRUD API. And let's change this to super secret. Like that. I don't need to cloak this because it's not going to have like real secret. Like I'm not connecting to a Mongo Atlas instance or anything like that. In which case I would want to cloak these secrets because then if somebody saw them, they could connect to my instance. If I had, yeah. But yeah, and I mean, yeah, like Oscar is saying, this one technically does get pushed to GitHub because it's like none of this is secrets. Like this is all example configuration, but because I'm using Docker, I can use that connection info locally anyways. Okay, that looks good. That's pulling that in there. It's a little bit redundant that we have username, password, and then URI. Like the fact that those. I mean, could I do something like this? You can't do that, can you? And then I think this would be like $. There's no way. can you reference, has anyone ever done this? Can you reference other environment variables in an env file? What's that command that shows me my Docker compose? Ain't no way. I mean, maybe there is. Nobody has ever done this in history. Examples. Express API. Oh, wait. There should be a basic React app here. I thought there was. Okay. .env doesn't support it. Okay. I think that's the issue. Is like right now this would be a this file is being used both by Docker and by .env. I mean, we could let's change it up though. Let's do let's extract it all out, and then we'll create this in our dynamically using all of the variables. Okay, so we have the port, which is 27017. We have the Mongo host, which is, oh, in this case, it's actually a Mongo because we're putting it in the container. And that's all we need. Username, password, host, port. I should go ahead and install dependencies. So now we can create an env compiler. Yeah. We're not going to do all that, but okay. So this right here is going to grab the Mongo username. This grabs the Mongo password. This grabs the Mongo host. And this grabs the Mongo port. And then we also need the Mongo DB name. Cool. And then now DB name, we'll call this CRUD API. And then we'll update our env with all this good stuff. Yes, Mongo specifically maps to the name here in the in the Docker Compose. So yes, this right here is how this service will connect, and it has that host name. I deleted port in the .env. Oh, thank you. But now we need to grab all of these. All right, moment of truth. Gotta start Docker. Yeah, so it's local DNS resolution because there is like it creates a local a host name inside of this network that gets created for these two services, and so that actually becomes the internal host name. And so if you were on this container, you could do a ping to Mongo, and it would actually like reference that. You don't have to reference it by IP address. With Mongo being short for the word humongous. You know, I don't think I knew that. Yeah, and so basically, I mean, it might make more sense to call this like DB. But we'll call it Mongo. Right. Is Docker running? Cool. So I'm going to make sure it all works, and then I'll explain everything that I just did, and I'll push the code up so you can see it if you want to do a similar thing. Unable to prepare context path express API dockerfile.dev. Did I not call it that? Yeah, we're using Docker. What's up, Chad? Welcome in. Do I not need the dot slash? It's not in the source directory. It's at the root. Yeah, it should be at the root. There's this thing .env expand. Yeah, whenever I start Docker, you hear my fans going for sure. Variable expansion for .env. Oh, yeah, I mean, that's what I want. I mean, the issue is that .env file is also being used by Docker, like to pull these values in. So I don't know if it supports expansion, but this is pretty cool. All right, what did I do wrong? Let me go look at NFG codex's Docker compose. Build target. Build? Because usually you just do dot. Okay, yeah, so the issue is it can't find the file. I want it to have .dev so people know that, like, you shouldn't do npm run dev in production. Is there no way to point this at a specific file? Because usually, like, I just do build dot, but that looks for Docker file, just the name. Let's see. Thank you, Johnny Black. Context. Oh man, I keep closing my my Electron app. Okay, we're almost there. Thank you for that. Okay, this is cool. I never knew that you could do this. So the context is current directory. The Docker file is dockerfile.dev. Let's see if that fixes it. No worries. No worries, NFG. Hey, that was it. Let's go. I'll have to do a stream next week, Oscar, where I fix the bugs in the overlay. Cool. So we're seeing MongoDB logs. It's spinning up for the first time, so it's doing a lot of stuff. But our API, I believe, did spin up as well. So it's going to be at localhost 5000. That's awesome. Did I do depends on DB? Or yeah, depends on Mongo. That's great. And actually, I guess it should. I don't think it even has to wait for the DB connection. API v1 to-dos. Authentication failed. Okay. It is not using. Could not find user CRUD API or DB CRUD API. I messed up. Let's see. Mongo username, Mongo password, MongoDB name, And then over in the Docker Compose, Mongo username, Mongo password. The nice thing about Mongo is the DB doesn't have to exist. I'll just create it. Yeah, I didn't think it was waiting for it. For whatever reason, it just didn't start up until the other one was ready to go. Yeah, I don't think you need a DB name. So I pulled those settings from here. I'm gonna kill it and then remove this DB data, because it's possible that I tried to start it up before the .env was set, and so specifically it should be pulling this in and then passing username CRUD API right here, Mongo username, and then Mongo password. Did I do this right? Colon, $ curly braces. Oh, that's Mongo root user. Okay, no, never mind. That's just, I just named it the same thing or a different thing. That's good to know, Vita, but I don't think node.js would do that, and I think they both need it. Yeah, well, welcome in, Oma Tropeco from Portugal. Very cool. All right, let's try one more time. Yeah, this is the this used the Express TypeScript boilerplate, but it has other stuff. Because we created a authentication failed. Okay, there's an issue here. These variables used in conjunction create a new user and set that user's password. The user is created in the admin authentication database and given a role of root, which is a super user role. Oh, no, no, it didn't work. We got authentication failed. There shouldn't be any authentication. It's completely open. You're right, Mark. I don't need to expose this. You're totally right. Mongo username. Any pros for using a Firefox Dev Edition? No. You get features sooner than the regular Firefox. Yeah. If destructuring process.env overrides the default, can we be sure about that? Yeah, I mean, I guess the other thing we could do, what's that command NFC codex that shows us the config values that get passed in? Is it docker compose config? Yeah, this is it. So I would expect that the password gets passed in as super secret, the username gets passed in as CRUD API, and then password super secret, username CRUD API. So all of that gets passed in just fine. And then we can also log what our URI becomes right here. Check my source. I mean this. Yeah, once the container is spun up, you can actually get a shell on the MongoDB instance. I mean, technically, I could like go in there and oh, the destructure. Did I do it valid? I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure I did. Yeah, let me start it up again, and then we can see it logged out. The whole thing logged out. Starting. Yeah, look at that. CRUD API, super secret, Mongo, port 27017. CRUD API. Yeah, it's default assignment. I mean, and I specifically did that because TypeScript would then complain. I guess not. Let's just get rid of the default assignment. I don't think that's changing anything, but cool. But this will test, yeah, so saving the file actually does restart it, which is good. But yeah, it's basically destructuring with default assignment. Cool, and it's the same value. All right, let's dive into the Mongo shell and then see what our user's name is. Here. So within Docker Desktop, you can just click this little shell button, and then that will actually launch a shell in that instance. So we are now inside of the Mongo container. And we can connect. How do we connect? There's like a Mongosh. We're in. Current login ID. It literally has no username and password. Okay. MongoDB list user. We're in. We're in. Use admin. The thing is, it just let us in with no username and password. Why is that? Command find requires authentication. Okay. It's empty. It didn't get passed into the container. Oh, it would be this. It would be, yeah, I have a feeling this is going to be just like the silliest mistake. We'll figure it out though. Yeah, so that has CRUD API as the username. And then root password is super secret. Okay. It has to be the URL, right? Well, it's Mongo. So the Mongo host here is Mongo. Mongo, and then over here, the Dockerized hostname should be Mongo, right? Depends on Mongo. Welcome in, Martins. Glad to have you. It should be... Yeah, the host is Mongo. I mean, let's hard code it. Honestly, like, it's not... If we're not loading it from the env. Mongo URI should be... I mean, and honestly, like, I want to copy what it's connecting to, because that's what I thought it should be. So we have user : pass. Oh, wait, no. Okay, never mind. I was like, whoa. I thought there was a colon instead of an @ sign. So user : password at hostname : port / db name. Oh. I mean. Okay, thank you, Automagic. Let's try that. And I think if this fails, we know that the username and password didn't get passed through. But I mean, look at them. That's right there, and it's right there. So they did get passed through. So, Mongosh username, CRUD API, password, super secret. We're in. 2701. I mean, okay, so the username and password are right. And then now we can do that. Not that. Use admin. User CRUD API, the DB admin. It's not localhost because it is running inside of the container. Okay. They should be the same network, right? So if I do depends on, that puts them in the same network, right? And they're from the same Docker compose file. I'm telling you, it's going to be something so simple. But let's see. So we're now connecting username, password, host name. Do I need to put a bridge? I mean, the fact that it's telling me authentication failed means that it is talking to Mongo, so it can reach it. It just doesn't have. I mean, I guess actually let's try this. Like if I go to DB admin, do I actually need to create the DB? Because I've never had to do that in my whole life. Well, welcome in, DJ Concarne. Yeah, we're just trying to get this set up so that so it connected to the database called admin. Can't I create a database on the fly? Is that not a thing anymore? Did they change that? I thought, yeah, I mean, this is telling me that I need this environment variable. But in the past, look at my last message. Auth source equals admin to the URI. Did it restart? Okay, now it's listening. Never in my life have I done auth source. I guess it might be a new thing. Never in my life. So that's fine. Thank you. Who was it? Demond? Yeah, thank you, Demond. That did it. So like, here's the way we can really tell, right? Pull it in from our environment variables, and then say the auth source is admin. I guess it's possible that in the past that I did just specify Mongo initdb database. I mean, honestly, that's probably what we want, because then we don't have to point it at admin. You have to create the user on the DB if you want to emit the auth source. I had no idea. My whole life, I've just been directly connecting to Mongo and just creating DBs like crazy. Here's what I'm gonna do though. I'm gonna start it up with the name so I don't have to put auth source on there. Did we do that? Did we literally do that in the past? Oh wow. Who wrote this code? Who did this? Me. I was the one. I'm the one that wrote this code. Man, okay. I'm telling you, I told you it was going to be something silly. I'm telling you. Okay. But here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to kill the Docker container, and then now, never in my life, they had the receipts. But now when it starts up, it should use the database name that we we put in there, env, which should be the same auth database. So if we remove that db data and then do this, cool. So it's up and going. I'll remove that console log, but you see we don't have auth source because we specified the initial name. Wait for it. It's true. Like it's called out by Git. Oh man. Man, do I really need that auth source thing? I guess I do. Okay. You need that auth source. All right. Here we go again. Okay. I'll allow it. I'll allow it. All right, let's talk about what we just did. And basically, the past 30 minutes have been me debugging the fact that we needed this and not knowing that I actually needed it. Yeah. Okay. But let's talk about how all of this is working and give a quick intro to like what Docker even is. Man, oh man. Okay. So Docker is a way of describing an environment, like a server environment, and describing that with configuration so that it is repeatable. No, past 30. It took us 30 minutes to find that. Delete the new line from the Docker compose. Oh no, I think I still want this technically. Like it still will init it with that database name, which is CRUD API. So I think it's okay to leave that. But yes, so essentially, when we're dealing with environments, so setting up servers, whether it's like in production or in dev, we want a consistent way of describing that environment, and especially in development. So this file says, I am starting with a server that's based on this image, node. And so if you look on Docker Hub, there is specifically an image called node. And this is an official image that's maintained. So as node.js gets updates, they create a new image with that latest version. And so right now I'm doing LTS-Alpine. LTS stands for long-term support. If you go to nodejs.org, you can see what the current LTS is. So because I have LTS-Alpine, it's using version 16.17, and then Alpine is just a special tiny version of Linux. So Alpine Linux is used for a lot of Docker images because it's really small. It's like only the stuff that you need. So this one line of configuration basically says this will be a server running the Alpine image that has Node.js version 16 installed. That's what this one line of code says. And so now we're describing the configuration for this server beyond just that base configuration there. All of these are various Docker file commands. So these specifically work inside of a Docker file. If you look at the documentation on Docker and Docker files, it'll tell you about all of these different things. Where does it say Node 16? LTS. So LTS implies that we're using the LTS version, which is version 16. Don't want that. And then we specify a working directory. So this could be anywhere, but basically we're saying all of the things that we're going to be doing are going to be in this directory. And you could call this whatever you want, but in all of the apps that I've built and what I've seen online, like this is kind of the convention to put it in that folder. But you could put it anywhere. This is basically just saying where is the application code going to live. And then we pull in the package.json. Now, an interesting part of Docker files is that they work on layers. So every single one of these lines is a different layer, and that layer can be cached, which is why we copy the package.json separate from the rest of the code. And then we run an npm install after copying the package.json before copying the rest of the code, because each one of these is a cached layer. And if you think about the development experience, I don't want to have to redo an npm install every time my code changes or every time I want to rebuild this image. If my package.json hasn't changed, that can be cached, and the npm install can be cached as well. So let me actually show you what happens when we spin this thing up. And I'm going to do a docker ps. That'll tell us any containers I have running. I don't have any. So I'm going to do a docker system prune. This will remove any containers that aren't running, and will remove any volumes that aren't in use as well. I just reclaimed 5 gigs of our drive space. But what I wanted to show you is whenever we decide to actually build this thing, it's going to go line by line and cache each layer. So when it sees this line, it actually needs to download that, because we can find this from the web. And so that's an actual image that we can download, and that becomes our base layer. And then each one of these is a cached layer on top of that. And then all of these cached layers together create an image that we can then use to deploy to a server or to use locally in development. So I'll show you, if I do docker build, I think can I do that? Let's see. The issue is, I'm not using the conventional name of just Dockerfile. Docker build -f. Thank you, Johnny Black. Docker build. This is why I've literally never named my Docker files different. Honestly, let's just put it back to Dockerfile, because that's more consistent with what you're going to see in the real world. Okay. Actually, let me just see if this works. So if I do dot, okay, that's the one. Cool. Usually, I'll say this: if you're working with Docker, you just name the file Dockerfile, because that's what Docker knows to look for. If you put extensions on it, you're gonna have to figure out the command line options to get it working. And various. But when I run this command, it is essentially going to cache each one of these layers and create an image. If I look in my Docker dashboard, we can see we have images, and then this Express API is the one that it built earlier. I'm actually going to delete this so that way we get a new one. You can see these are some of the other images I have on my machine. We have the Mongo image, we have Postgres, PostGIS, Adminer. I think app is probably our inventory app or something like that. But these are all images I have on my machine. And then when I run this build command, it's going to create an image. So I'll run this, and you can see it happens for each layer. So loading the build context is going to load that node LTS Alpine image. So we're going to grab that, and then we're going to go line by line in that Docker file, and it's going to create, and look how fast that was. So because I actually ran this a little bit ago, we had a cached thing that I was able to use, and now we have ourselves an image. So it essentially ran all of these lines, and now we have an image that we can use in various places. And if I try to run the build again, it's going to be super quick because all of those layers are cached. But if something changed, like so, for instance, this layer is dependent on the files in this folder, but if I change one of these files, then it's no longer cached. So for instance, let's just like add a new line to the end of that file. So because these files have changed, this layer is no longer cached. And so if I try to rebuild it, it knows that it actually has to rerun that specific layer, but all of the other layers it can reuse. So in terms of building out your Docker files, you want to write it in a way that they can be cached, because that makes the builds way faster later on. And the other cool thing is if I come along and I want to make another Docker file for some other Node app that's a little bit different, these pieces, like, I mean, really, this is probably the only cache layer I'm going to benefit from. But if you have similar things in your various Docker files, locally that stuff will be cached and your builds will be a whole lot faster. I'm going to remove that extra space. We'll rebuild it. It's cool. So that built the image, and if you look in our Docker desktop, you can see maybe. Refresh. Exactly, the shadow lad. It works top down. So if one of the layers before it changed, the layer after it is no longer cached. And that's why we write it this way. So if we add a new dependency to our package.json, when we rebuild it, it'll see that and know that it has to run an npm install. Because basically, if any of the layers before it change, all of the layers after it have to be rebuilt. They can't be cached anymore. Docker inspect. It's so funny. Everyone's typing Docker and then it uses the emote. Docker inspect image. Docker. What's JQ? Oh, actual image name. I see. Oh, JSON parser. I see. Why doesn't it show up? If we close this and then reopen it. Oh, I didn't give it a tag, so it has no name. Yeah, it's just floating out there. I need to tag it. Yeah, okay. All right, I'm gonna delete everything and then rebuild it so we can see it. Yeah, and then like what I'm showing you right now, this Docker build, and that's what we're about to get to next, is like typically, like this is fairly cumbersome because you often also want to pass in configuration options, and then you would have to pass all of those in from the command line. So that's where Docker Compose comes in. But let's give this, is it just tag? Is that the right one? Or just dash T? Okay. Shorthand. Cool. So that'll have to rebuild it because I think, yeah, so I did a system prune, all of the stuff is gone. It has to rebuild it. But now it has a name, and so then I should be able to see it in the list. Yeah, we are going to use Material UI. We got. I mean, we're 2 hours in and we haven't written any React yet. But we're figuring this out because when you all, if you're going to try to write this React app, it'll be really easy for you to spin up the backend that this thing will be talking to, which is why I'm going through this process anyways. Oh yeah, I didn't even show this. CSS is amazing. There it is. So this little Docker file that I wrote has now, it now exists. Like all of these commands have run. And so it is a literal image that has the base node and an Alpine image. It has all of my NPM dependencies and it has all of my source code. So I didn't talk about this line, but usually the way you see it is like this. So this copies all of the files in the current directory into the image. This is just a little piece to make sure that they have the right file permissions. And then this last one says what command should be run when this image is spun up as a container. So now I have this image and I can use it. And you can see that it's about 700 megabytes, but that's the full Linux system, that's Node, that's all of my source code. And if I click run, it's going to try to spin up, though it is going to fail because this is depending on a Mongo database. And right now there is no Mongo database for it to connect to. None of that is defined. And can I see logs? Show me logs. Here we go. Yeah. So you can see it tried to spin up, but it's like, this is just like an application code error. It's like, I don't know what database to connect to. And so I'll actually just stop it. And you can see that this is a container. So images are a built version of the Docker file, and they're completely standalone. When you run an image, you get a container. And so I can delete this thing because that deleted the instance of that image, but the image still exists, and I can still use that image. So you saw I could spin it up, all that good stuff, but it couldn't connect to the database. That is where Docker Compose comes into play. And pretty much you'll be like, when you're first learning Docker, you'll learn about the Docker file and everything, but eventually you'll learn about Docker Compose, and pretty much everything you do will be in Docker Compose. But they often depend on Docker files. So this file can describe multiple services that can all talk to each other. So I have my MongoDB service defined here, and it points to an image. So just like our Docker file pointed to the node image, there is a Mongo image that I'm pointing to that I'm not extending. So I'm not creating my own container that is based on Mongo. I'm just literally using the Mongo image that is defined and that I can access from the web. So if we go to the Docker Hub, there is an image for Mongo. And this is like completely pre-configured. It is, I believe it's based on Alpine, just like the node Alpine was. But it has MongoDB installed, configured, ready to go. And if we read through here, and it told us some of our configuration options. So essentially one of the things we wanted to do was we wanted to say that point all of the data inside of the container to a folder here called DB data. And the reason we do that is, so I showed you that like these containers, they can be deleted, right? They can just go away. But if a container gets deleted, specifically this one, when it spins up the next time, I want it to have all of the data from last time. Because if I don't specify this volume, then anytime I shut down this container, all of the data from the database just goes away. And so what this says is when this container spins up, all of the data that would be stored in data/db, which is where MongoDB stores all of its stuff, actually gets stored in this folder. So we can literally see all of the MongoDB specific stuff. But that means the next time I spin up this container, it's going to have all of that database data, essentially. And then there are some environment variables that we can specify as well. This syntax basically says that Docker should read from a .env file. So it's actually bringing in those things there. So this one little bit of configuration gives me a container that has MongoDB running inside of it that's pre-configured, and I've specified what the username and password should be for it to get set up and going. Easy, good to go. You could have a Docker Compose file that just has this, and then you could have Mongo running locally without having to do an install. You would literally just have to do a Docker Compose up, which I'll show you next, and now you have a MongoDB instance running. And Mark has a good point. I'm ignoring this DB data, so in my git ignore, I actually have this, because I don't want to commit this to GitHub. This is just locally for when I'm in development. I have all of my data there. And inside of a Docker Compose file, you can have multiple services. So this one has Mongo, but we also specified one for our backend Express and TypeScript API. And we give it a name, but then we tell it what to build. So these 3 lines of code here essentially do what we were doing from the command line. It does this piece here, but it is going to give it the name API. And then in this file, you can have multiple services, and you can say that one service depends on another one. So this API depends on Mongo. It needs to be able to connect to it because that's where it gets its data. And so we have that. And then we have several volumes specified. So we have an npm cache and a node module cache. If you're setting up an Express app like this, or any node app inside of a container, you could just copy paste these lines. Essentially, it makes it so that the npm installs and all of the node module stuff uses a cache, so it's a bit faster if you do it if you do an npm install later on. Yeah, and that's a good point, Damon. Like this this defines the startup order, and then does it also make them inside of the same network, or do you just get that because of Docker Compose? Is that inherent? But this does just say that this one should start after Mongo. If you don't want this to start until MongoDB is like connected and ready to go, that's a different process. You would actually need a script that constantly checks to see if it can connect, and then eventually, when it can, spin this up. I've done that before with like a Postgres database, where essentially it's running a custom script that will check to see, is the database ready? Is the database ready? And then finally, when the database is ready, it will start the Express app. This doesn't do that. This just says that start Mongo first. And then the fact that I have, and so NFG Codex is confirming this, the fact that I have both of these services here means Docker is going to create a virtual network that these two can now communicate on. So when we connect to the database, we are literally connecting to the host Mongo. And so inside of our little Docker network, this container here has the name Mongo. And so that's how our API is able to connect to it. And then we have some other environment variable stuff. And then this is exposing a port. So when this container spins up, it's standalone. Like there's really no way to get access to it. But inside of that container, Express starts up on port 5000. And I want to be able to go to localhost 5000 like this. And the way we do that is by exposing the port. So this little line of code says, or this little line of configuration says, take that port, in this case 5000, inside the container and make it available to me as port 5000 on my machine. So with this setup here, now instead of building the image, all we have to do is say docker compose up, and that will it'll pull MongoDB if it needs to. It'll build the Express container if it needs to, and then it'll just spin them up and they'll be running, and we'll see all the logs and everything. This will go to YouTube, but it's not going to be edited as a separate video, I don't think. It will. It'll be in the middle of like a 5-hour live stream, but it will be there. Yeah. Yeah, and so all of this is a syntax known as YAML or like YML. And it really is just, I mean, you could think of it, it's kind of like JSON, but like a little less verbose. You don't have double quotes and stuff like that. But this is really just configuration. And we're good to go. So now Docker has spun up both of those containers. If we look in Docker Desktop, we now have this, which is running an API instance, and it's running a MongoDB instance. If we click into the API, we can see the logs. We can see that it's actually spun up. If we click into Mongo, we can see its logs. It's like running a Mongo instance. And now, because I exposed the port, I exposed port 5000, I can actually visit that in my web browser here. So that's Docker, and it's pretty cool. But the reason I did all of this is so that someone else can bring this code down, and literally all they have to do, so as long as they have Docker installed on their computer, they can clone this repo down, run this one command, and they instantly have Mongo running and Express running. Like that's one of the major benefits of Docker from a developer perspective is I don't have to figure out, do I have node.js installed? Do I have all the dependencies installed? Do I have MongoDB installed? All I do is run this command, and any other developer on my team can run this command, and they instantly get that environment. And then these benefits also extend to when you're deploying the application. So if I need to deploy this to a server, I could deploy it to a server that has Docker running as well, and it can actually I can build these images locally, push the images to a repository like Docker Hub. They have you can sign up and you have to pay to keep your images here. I think you can also host images on GitHub, but essentially the production workflow is you build the image, upload that image to a hub or a image repository of some kind, and then in production you pull from that image. So you're not doing all the building and stuff on your production server, it's just pulling it. And this is also where like continuous integration and things like GitHub Actions or Travis CI come into play, because you could have a GitHub action that builds your Docker image and pushes it to the repository whenever there's a code change on GitHub. So that's how all of this ties into like being able to instantly deploy and all that good stuff, because you have this configuration here. you receive that configuration on a CI server, it builds the image, and then it's good to go. Okay. It returns an empty array. It's just the way that Express shows it, or sorry, Firefox shows it. Oh, we killed it, but we can spin it right back up. Yeah, I think GitHub has a free tier though. I believe like every GitHub repository has the ability to publish images. You probably only get a certain amount of storage though. That makes sense. Yeah. So if you push an image to Docker Hub, it has to be public. It can't be private. If you want private images, which you probably do, you'd have to pay for it. But yeah, Firefox just shows an empty array like this rather than like that. Okay. Yeah, now let me push this code up so other people can benefit from it. Oh, Metal and Coffee, thank you for the raid. I didn't even see that. Welcome in, raiders. I was like, people are headbanging. What's happening? Yeah, welcome in. Thanks for the raid. What were you working on? Making music? Software development. Nice. Metal and co-working. Great. Welcome in, raiders. We are about to write some React code. We just spent like an hour and a half working on Docker configuration. But what that now means is over here, you can clone this repo down and instantly get spun up. So this is on a branch called examples. It's not on the main branch, but if you go to the examples branch, clone it down, do a git checkout examples, cd into the examples folder, cd into the Express API folder, and from within this folder, if you type docker compose up, it should spin it up and be ready to go. And I am going to demonstrate that for the video, and we'll get started with all of that. So I'm going to literally delete this folder to show you what the developer experience would be like for somebody that's cloning this repo down. It's gone. Cool. Delete forever. It can't delete it because it doesn't exist. Well, I'm gonna close and I guess I could have clicked restart. Restart? Yeah. Wait, have I raided you before, Metal and Coffee? It must have been a long time ago if so. But thanks for being here. Thank you for the raid. Cool. Oh, I mean, that's good. So actually, I'm gonna instruct people on how they would get it going, because you basically need to create a .env. The thing you can do though is you can literally just copy this. So copy this file into a new file called .env, and then it should work just fine. All of the default configuration will work just fine, but you need a file called .env. Exactly. Copy .env.sample space .env. Yeah, I mean, every time I start up Docker, my fans start going crazy. I haven't heard of mutagen. I'm trying to get the microphone like further away from my my MacBook fan. Okay, that was fun. Let's write some React code. I don't know of a good resource for learning Docker. I mean, there's the Docker documentation is pretty good. It's a lot. The Docker documentation is overwhelming. Yeah, I mean, you could learn it just by reading the docs, but it is very overwhelming. That overview that I just gave is probably most of what you need to know. Wait, did the fans get louder when I moved it? Yeah. Okay, so if the port is in use, then that means you have something else on your machine running on port 5000. So what you should do is in that .env file that you created, it says port equals 5000. Change that to something else. Change it to 6000 or 5500, because there's something else on your machine that's listening on port 5000. But I'm about to show how you would get it up and going. Okay. What do you got, Oscar? I mean, yeah, my laptop is working hard. I would say that is the one reason I might want to get a new laptop, is anything CPU intensive definitely spins up the fans. You can't hear it over your own laptop fans. Yeah. I mean, this laptop's from 2015. Oh, nice, Stotney. Glad to hear it. So Stotney got it up and going. That's good. All right, let me get all this ready. So we're going to use that, Vite, React, and we are going to use my starter template. React TS starter. I didn't watch the Apple event, no. Ooh. It worked? Glad to hear it, Finn. Glad to hear it. Is the Electron app? Oh, I mean, it could be. Are you sending marquees behind the scenes without me seeing? What's the correct way of getting data in a Vue app? Pulling everything in the root and caching it in a store, or fetching locally in every component that needs it? I would say if it's a larger application, then you handle all of that in a Vuex store or a Pinia store. And there are actions in the store that you can call from a component. So the component would fire off if certain data is needed, but that data still lives in the store. That's how I would do it. Closes Apple event stream video. Is it over now? Yeah. Well, we're going to use functional components. All right, let me take a moment, catch my breath, and then we'll kick this video off. We'll write some React. Oh, you were going over it. Cool. I am not concerned about what Apple is doing. Johnny Black came for the React, but you helped with Docker, and I appreciate that, Johnny Black. All right, let's go into focus mode, and let's get it. So, I mean, I'll be honest. I built this app we're about to build once before just to make sure I knew how to do all the things. The thing I didn't do, though, is I didn't test it. So I'm also going to be figuring out how to test it as we go. So what I'll do is I'll present like it's a YouTube video and like I'm teaching it, but every now and then we'll take a step back. We might need to figure something out, and then I'll erase the code and then teach it. So that's my process. And I do want to show the examples branch. I don't think we'll do TDD, but we will write tests. And then I want to show this because I'll tell people where they could learn how to do it. I have to use the restroom. All right, I'll be right back. And then please don't, Oscar. All right. Hello friends, welcome to Coding Garden. In this video, we are going to create a CRUD client with React and TypeScript and React query. So CRUD stands for Create, Read, Update, Delete. If you look on my channel, I did a tutorial on how to create a CRUD API, so you can check out that video there. What we're going to do today is clone that code down so that way we can use that API in the React app that we build. I also did a video on setting up a React app, and we're actually going to use that setup as a base. So that setup included React, TypeScript, ESLint, Prettier, vtest. It was based on Vite. It also included React router. So we set up all of that stuff, and we're going to use that as a base. So I actually have this React TS starter that we're going to use as a base too. But the plan is to essentially build a front end for the CRUD API that we built last time. So the first step is to get this CRUD API running locally. And if you didn't follow that last video, that's totally fine. I'm going to show you how you can get it locally. So if you go to the Intro to TypeScript repo, we're going to clone it down. So grab the URL and then find somewhere on your computer to clone it into. If you do a git clone, cut. I mean, you can clone it on your desktop if you want to. So find somewhere on your machine and do a git clone, followed by the URL. That'll clone it down, and then go into that directory. And by default, it'll be on the main branch, but the Express API is on a branch called examples. So if you do git checkout examples, that'll check out the examples branch. Then you can cd into the examples directory. From there, you should see Express API, cd into that folder. And now we can spin this thing up. So I have it ready to go with a Docker Compose file. So as long as you have Docker running on your computer, you can go into this folder and then just type docker-compose up. And there's one more step we need to do before that. All right, let me re-say that. So in this folder, I have this set up for Docker. So we have a Docker Compose file and a Docker file. But as long as you have Docker running on your machine, these commands will work for you. So one of the first things we need to do is to create an environment file. So by default, there is this .env.sample file, and we want to create a .env file that can be used by everything. So if we copy .env.sample into a file called .env, now those Docker containers will use those settings in our .env. And if you look at the .env, it's pretty simple. We specify that the app should run on port 5000. We're in development, and then we have some variables on how to connect to the Mongo database that will spin up with Docker. So as long as we have this .env file, and as long as Docker is running, we should be able to do docker compose up. That will pull down the Mongo image. And then when that's done, it will build the API image. And once both of those things are done, it should spin up, and we'll see a console log that says it's listening on port 5000. So we'll give this a second to run, and then we'll see the running API. Yeah, and actually, I don't want to do -d because when we're writing the React app, I want to be able to look at the logs to see what API requests are coming in and stuff like that. all of that work earlier just so we could type like 3 commands. I guess that's pretty cool, right? That's the whole point of it. So you can see here, we saw a bunch of logs. Essentially, MongoDB was spinning up for the first time, so it had a lot of configuration to do. But you should see listening localhost 5000. And if you click that, you'll see our basic API up and running. And if you go to API v1 to-dos, you should get back an empty array or a blank response. This is the API that we're going to be interacting with. We're going to be sending GET requests to get all of the to-dos, POST requests to create to-dos, put requests to update to-dos, and delete requests to delete to-dos. So we're going to do all of that against this API. It supports all of those endpoints. So now that that is up and running, we can start working on the React app and start writing the code that's going to make requests to this Express API. Great. All right. To do the to-dos. Can I start over again and use GraphQL? No. No. Okay. So the first thing we'll do is we will clone down the starter template that we created in the last video. So we can run this command, npx dgit, and then point to a specific repo. So the starter template I created for this React app is here at this GitHub repo. And we can run this dgit command to essentially just grab the head. We don't want any git commit history. We just want the main files. So that way we can use it as a base for our React app. So I'll copy this command, and this will create a folder called React TS Client. And I'm going to run this command inside of the examples folder. So for this specific React app, we're going to be reusing the types that we defined in the backend. So for this, it is important that this React app lives right next to the backend Express app. So if I run this command in this folder, it's going to create that React TS client in this folder. And so now you can see we have that Express API, which is running, and we have our React app, which is now sitting right next to it. And if I cd into that React app, I can do an npm I to install all of the base dependencies. No worries, Johnny. I appreciate you for tuning in. You should be able to catch the VOD. And now that dependencies are installed, I can do npm run dev, and we should get a basic React app. So now if I open this up, we have our hello world running inside of our React app. And if I open VS Code inside of this directory, we can see all of the base React code. And again, if you're curious about how this setup works or what all of these config files are, be sure to check out the last video where we set all of this up. Great. My fan is really loud. I mean, is it ruining the video? I guess it's like white noise. Well. The next step is to set up Material UI. Can't hear it? Okay. It's okay? Okay. Thank you for the confirmation, because I was getting a little paranoid. Yeah, so OBS does have like noise cancellation. The only issue is sometimes it gets things that aren't noise. Like I actually like for you all to be able to hear my keyboard presses, but with noise cancellation, it actually clears out like my key presses and stuff like that. But all right. I haven't set up Material UI in like a year, so let me see what's involved. We install the dependencies using emotion, cool. Add the font icons, and then I think we'll just grab like the nav. Okay, cool. Am I on the latest version too? Yeah, it depends on what you're trying to do. Like, we are not going to be customizing components or having like custom themes or anything like that. This is like the most basic use case for Material UI. Okay. So next up, we're going to set up our styling and component framework solution. So for this, we've decided to use Material UI. This is a React component library that implements the material design specification. And so if you go to MUI.com, you can check it out. We're going to go right into the getting started installation, and we're going to install these dependencies. So we need MUI material, emotion React, and emotion styled. So Material UI uses a library called Emotion for doing custom styles. I don't believe we'll be writing any custom styles here, but if we do, we'll have to dial in to Emotion to see how all of that works. But for now, we can just install these dependencies, and then we'll get Material UI set up. So make sure you're in the React folder that we just cloned and created, and then you can run that npm install there. After that's installed, you need to add the Roboto font, because that is the standard Material UI font. It's a font from Google. So if you copy this link from their documentation, we're going to add that to our index.html. So this is the entry point for our Vite build, but just right at the top in the head, I'm going to add this link here. And so essentially that will load that Roboto font that Material UI needs to actually load that in. I don't think. I guess we probably will use icons. Yeah, we will use icons. The next thing is to add the. The next thing is to add the font icon. So we're gonna have buttons that have like nice little icons on them. So we're gonna be sure to add this. So right below where we added that Roboto font, we can add this in. We'll save that. And then we're also going to install this material icons package, which gives us access to React components that actually have those icons inside of them. So from the terminal, we'll also run this install. Awesome. And so now let's test it out. So if you click on usage in the Material UI docs, we're just going to add a button to the page and see what we get. So we can import button. Over in our source code, I'm going to go to our home page, which just right now it just says hello world. But I am also going to add a nice little button right here. So inside of here, we will do a nice little React fragment. And then below that, we'll add the button. So I need to import the button in, and then I can use it like so. I can use it like so. We'll copy that button, throw that button right there. And now we should see a Material UI button on the page below the word hello world. So let's see. Nice. So this looks like material design. That means we've got it working. We have Material UI added. We can start using their components, and we get this nice material design. Sweet. Let's set up the layout. And I think I just want like a nav bar and then like a container, like a flex container with a little bit of padding. Do they have layout components? I think they do. They have like a flex component, don't they? layout. There it is, box. Box has a width and a height. I think I want container. Containers center your content horizontally. It's the most basic layout element. A fluid container width is bounded by the max width property. Math width. Yeah, so I think I will add container and nav. Let's set that up. So now that we know that Material UI is working, let's set up a basic layout. So what I want to do is over here in my main app component, I want to add a nav bar at the top, so that nav bar will be on every page that we go to. Excuse me, I'm going to say that again. I was burping a bunch. I think it's called app bar. Yeah, this is what I want. Super basic. We won't even have this like drop-down menu. We'll just say React CRUD client right there. So now that we have Material UI set up and we know that it's working, let's go ahead and set up our layout. So if I go over to app.tsx, this is where I'm going to put like an app bar, like a nice nav bar across the top. We'll also add like a container so that there's a little bit of margin for the main content of the page. So if you look in the Material UI docs, there's this component called React App Bar, and it essentially gives us a nice little app bar like that. Ours is going to be super basic. It's just going to have the name of the app. We won't even have like a drawer or anything like that, but it will look decent enough. So in the examples that you find in their documentation, if you click this icon, it will show you the source for how they set that up. And you can see here they're using several components. So they have the box component, it has app bar, toolbar, and then the icon button gives you that menu icon, which we won't need. And then they have this typography component, which gives us that Roboto font. And then they have a button. So I'm going to copy this. This is going to need to go here. We're going to have a lot of errors before we don't. So we're going to need to fix some stuff. So I'm going to need to add all of the imports for these specific elements that I'm using here. So we'll add that here. And then I also want to wrap everything in a container. And if you look in layout, they have this container component. Essentially, we just grab the container component and wrap everything else in it. So I'm going to import container. Is there a layout component? Or are you saying I should have a separate component for layout? We'll do the refactoring in a second. Oh, yeah. Okay, no, we will. And we'll refactor it all in a second. I want to get it all up and going. So I'm going to import container. We'll throw that in there. And then on the element itself, wrapping both the nav bar and the routes, I'm going to wrap this both in container. So now container comes down here after routes. We'll save it, lint it. We should be good. So just by copying and paste code, copy paste code and copying from the docs, let's see what we get. Nice. So we actually have the nav bar and then in this. But this isn't what I want. I actually want the nav bar to be outside of the container because the container needs to contain the content, and I want the nav bar to be fully across the top of the page. So really what I want is this container needs to wrap my routes, and then I'll put this whole thing in a fragment, so that way we have nav bar and then container. So let's save that. We'll run our linter to format it. That's better. I like to see that. And you can see that the container here has basically given it some padding for the content inside. You can also see that right now we have some margin around the edge. We need to get rid of that essentially just with some global CSS. So if we go over to the code, there is this index.css. This file is loaded as global CSS. If you look at main.tsx, it's just importing that CSS file. So this is global CSS. And so let's give it a bit of style. So we're going to target the body, say margin 0, padding 0. and that should get rid of the spacing around the edge. Nice. So now we have the nav bar fully across. It's looking good. I think I'm going to remove all this extra stuff, so I don't want a button there. I don't want that button, and I just want this to say React CRUD client. That's all I want it to say. So if we go back over to our app, this icon button is the one on the left. I don't want that. And then that login button, I don't want that. I just want this to say React CRUD client. Great. Easy enough. Yeah, and I think I will. So if you look in the docs, this max width says how the biggest that it can possibly be. Did I not say hamburger button? What did I say? You'll see a demo on, like, it is a to-do app, but the way I'm going to write this is with multiple pages, and also if you look at the way that I wrote the API, I use the to-do app, but I wrote it in a way that you should easily be able to extrapolate it into the kinds of things that you want to do. So if you watch the building the Express app, and if you look in the API folder, essentially we have this to-dos router, but my whole idea with showing people how to code it this way is you can now replicate that. Create your own folder for beers. Now you have an app that lets people favorite their beers or something like that. But to-dos, everything's a to-do. But you can see how we have it set up. We have our routes, and those map paths to specific handlers. We also have route validation, and then the handlers do the actual like database stuff. Don't let our criticism slow you down. No, I just wanted to show though, like, basically you could take this as a template and you could create, read, update, delete anything you want. If you look at the model, they just have two properties, content and done. But think about your specific app that you're building. You could add whatever properties you want, and now you're create, reading, and updating and deleting movies or beers or my favorite books. You know, you can extrapolate. What about SSL or TLS? You worry about that when you're deploying. We're not deploying right now. Is it possible? I think I need to set up the theme, and then can I choose a dark theme? Let me figure that out really quick, and then we'll talk about it. But actually, let me fix the max width, and then I'll figure out how to do dark theme. So you can see right now that the main container area is pretty small, and that's because of this max width prop. So right here, we actually should get some TypeScript type completion that tells us what we have access to. And so I'm actually going to do large. So large should give us a little bit of spacing on the edges, but not fully spread across. So yeah, you can see we still have a little bit of space on the left and the right. So I'm feeling good about this setup. Next up, I'm going to look into how to, I don't want to say that. So now this is looking good with some nice spacing on the edges. It's not too small. All right, let's figure out how to do theming. Yeah, there was a CSS baseline there. I think I want customization. Dark mode. Ooh, yeah, dark mode. Dark mode with a custom palette. Ooh, that's nice. That's nice. So next up, we're going to set up the dark theme. So I prefer dark theme. The docs are actually in the dark theme, and so I'm actually going to set this up so that it uses the dark theme by default. You can see over in customization and then dark mode, they show how to set this up. Essentially, we create a theme and then set the mode to dark. So I'm going to do this inside of my wrapped component. So I'm going to pull in theme provider and create theme. We'll pull that in here, and then we'll create our theme, which is the dark theme. I'll define this in a separate file. So typically your theme will get a little more there'll be more settings than just this. So it's nice to put it in a separate file sometimes. So I'm going to create a file called theme.ts. We'll throw this in here, and we'll export it by default. And then now I want to import this. Let me double check where I need to import that from. It gets imported from material/styles. Cool. So this creates my theme. This is the most customization we're going to do today. If you want to customize like primary color and secondary color and all of that stuff, you would do that in here, and you can check their documentation for that. But now that I have a theme, I want to use it and provide it to the theme provider. So whenever we set up this app, we created this component called the wrapped app, and that essentially has all of the components that wrap our app. And in this case, the theme provider is a thing that will wrap our entire app. So that way, any of the Material UI components have access to the theme that we defined. And so now that we've wrapped it, it gets access to that theme, but we need to actually pass it in. So I can say theme equals theme, and I need to import this from that file that I just defined. Let's see. Yeah, so it wants to auto import that. So now we're importing our theme. We're wrapping our app with that theme provider, and now anywhere I'm using Material UI components, it should pick up on that theme. Also, why is the background black? I guess I might need a box. I guess a container doesn't have a background. The other thing in their documentation is they're showing us the CSS baseline. I do believe that is like a reset, so we might not even have to do this body margin 0, padding 0. Let's actually comment that out for now. So if I comment that out, you'll see that there's spacing, but let's add this CSS baseline to the wrapped app. So we'll import CSS baseline from there. We'll add it to the wrapped app right before we define our app and see what we get. Nice. That's also added the background color. Yeah, it is needed. Awesome, and that fixed something I didn't even realize we would need. So first of all, it fixed the spacing, so we actually didn't have to define margin 0, padding 0. We can get rid of those default styles. But it also made sure that the theme for everything else fits. So now we get a nice dark background inside of our container. So that's good to go. All right. My computer is struggling. Like my VS Code instance is slow. My TypeScript autocomplete is slow. I think it's all because of Docker. Well, I mean, I'm using 82% of RAM right now. Finder is using 8 gigs of RAM? Why? Indexing files? Huh. Okay. Yeah. Oh, no worries, Charlie Devs. So literally adding this gave us the rest of the CSS that we needed. So I added that. That automatically got rid of the margin on the body, and it provided the styles to the container area so that it has a dark mode as well. That's basically all that did. That is called stats. This one. Time to move to Linux. All right, so we've set up our React app. I mean, do I really want to create a separate layout component? This is going to be our layout. The app is simple. It's just going to have 2 pages. It has the list everything and then the individual to do. Yeah, and we should get routing as well. So like if we go to, wow, we get not found. Cool. We can give it some resource limits. The thing is, I don't think Docker is even using, like Docker isn't even on the list of top processes. All right, what next? Yeah, next up we set up React Query. Let's do that. Is Finder indexing your entire, maybe? This is in Fahrenheit, so it's 158 degrees Fahrenheit. Finder is Docker? No. I'm not gonna worry about it. Let's keep going. So now that we have our basic theme and styles set up, let's set up React Query. So React Query is a library we're going to use to interact with our API. I think it's now called TanStack Query, but people know it as React Query. I think for now you can use the term interchangeably. But essentially, this provides lots of defaults that you typically need when you're dealing with an API, whether it's a GraphQL API or a REST API. And so you can see in their examples that they give you this nice query hook, and that query hook gives you access to things like loading state, error state. It gives you the actual data from the query that you made. And so all of the things that you typically have to write from scratch, like I need a loading variable, and then I need to set my data, and then I need to set error, all of that is handled behind the scenes by React Query. You still need to technically use fetch or use Axios to make your API requests, but it essentially wraps all of that into a nice little wrapper that gives you all that stuff that I mentioned. Also, behind the scenes, you get things like caching, automatic retries. If like a request fails, it'll automatically retry again. And the interesting thing and nice thing is if you use a specific query in a component that in turn makes an API request, if some other component needs that same data, it will use the cached version of it unless you've invalidated that data, which I'll show how to do. So let's get going with the installation. We need to install this at tanstack/React Query. So again, in our React app, I'll run this install. And now that we have it installed, we need to set up a query client and a query client provider. So I'm going to import query client from React Query or TanStack Query right here inside of my app file. And while I'm here in the imports, I'm going to get rid of these things we're not using. So earlier, we removed the button and the icon and everything. Just going to get rid of that because we're not actually using it. Now here at the top, I'm going to add these imports for our query client. So I'm going to define my query client right here. This should complain, and then I'll tell it that I want to import it from at TanStack React Query. So now we have that imported. I'm going to move this here. Great. And then now I want an instance of the query client provider. So I showed you earlier that we're constantly wrapping our app in new stuff. So we wrapped it in the hash router, the theme provider. Now we're going to wrap it in the query client provider. So that way we can use this query client anywhere in our app. So right here, I'll add the query client provider. We need to import this from TanStack Query. And then we need to specify the query client. And we just pass in the query client that we defined right here. So we just pass in query client. And now my app is set up to use React query. So any component that needs to make an API request can now use the use query hook. Queries. Yeah, this is what I want to see. Why is this overusing it? Oh, this example will show you right here. So you get this nice little hook, and you get all of these things. So is loading, is error, you get the data, and you get an error state. If you were using just fetch by yourself, you would have to create state variables for all of these things, right? And that's a bit more cumbersome. And so this is a nice reusable thing. And like technically, it could be used with anything that returns a promise. It doesn't have to be an API request. It is essentially a wrapper around promises or asynchronous functions that give you these nice state variables that you typically always need when you're dealing with promises or asynchronous things. It doesn't use anything internally. I'll show you that next. And I think I actually am going to install Axios because, I mean, I'll show you. Before you're like, don't use Axios, let me show you. Let me show you what we did. So the last time we tried setting up a React app, we're like, oh yeah, we won't use Axios. We'll just write it ourselves. No. So this little bit of code right here, I mean, like technically it's not that much. It's like 20-ish lines of code, but there's a lot more handled by Axios that isn't handled by Fetch. Like you need to, actually I'll leave this up and I'll talk about this in the video. The other thing is, if you remember when I worked on this little use fetch hook that I created is kind of like a React query because it gives you things like loading, error, data. React query does a whole lot more because it like caches the data, prevents duplicate requests, that kind of thing. And that's the other thing is Axios has really good TypeScript support too. So you can, yeah, I don't know what was up with all these. See, that's the thing. We used XO, which is an ESLint config. I do not like it. And yeah, it has an 8-space tab. It's horrible, horrible. It caches it in local storage. Yeah, I do believe. So we're going to use Axios. Cool. All right, what do I want to do next? We've set up React query. Set up API client. So now that we have React query ready to go, we need a way of making API requests. So you can see in their documentation, so I'm here on Tanstack query, under guides and concepts, queries, you can see this example where they say use query, they give it a name, and then they pass in a function that returns a promise. And that gives us back all of these things that we would want to use in our UI, like is loading, is error, the actual data itself. But this function right here is just a function that returns a promise. Like the use query doesn't care if you're using Fetch or you're using Axios or you're using like a GraphQL client. Anything that returns a promise. So we could use Fetch. We're not going to. We're going to use a library called Axios. I'll give you a quick 1-minute rant on why I want to use Axios. If I were to write this myself with Fetch, there are a lot of things that you need to do that Axios handles by default. So first of all, parsing the response as JSON. Axios handles that behind the scenes. Checking the response status code. Axios handles that behind the scenes. The other aspect is sometimes the APIs you're talking to don't return JSON. So you actually need to look at the content type header and decide, do you parse it as JSON or do you parse it as text? That's known as content type negotiation, and Axios handles all of that behind the scenes. The other thing is if the response wasn't okay, it's more common to throw an error rather than not throwing an error. And Fetch doesn't throw an error, where in this case we specifically have to throw an error if we want that to be caught. Axios handles all of that, so that's why I'm going to use Axios. So I'm going to install Axios as a dependency with npm. Now that we have it, I'm going to set up an Axios client. So in my folder here, I'm going to create a file called api.ts. Yeah, Axios does have abort signal. The latest version supports it. They used to have a thing called cancellation token, but now they have abort. You can use abort signal as well. Inside of here, I'm going to create an instance of Axios. So I'm going to import Axios from the Axios library that I just installed. Like that. Awesome. And then in another benefit of Axios is that it has good TypeScript support. So if I do Axios.create, this will create an instance that will have some defaults on it. So I want to create this and then pass in a base URL. So this one instance I'm going to use for all of my API requests, but they all talk to the same API. So for now, I am just going to hard code it. In a bit, we will pull this into an environment variable, but I can take this localhost 5000 and set that as the base URL. And I could go even further than that and say API v1 to-dos, because every request I make will have this as the base URL. Whether I'm creating or getting one or getting all of them or deleting, this is the base URL. So I can set that up. That gives me a client. And now this client, any API requests I make with it are going to be to this base URL. So for instance, if I did client.get, that returns a promise that makes a GET request to this base URL. So we're good to go there. Yeah, so you have environment variables for client-side code, but it is things that are not secret, right? So this isn't a secret. It just needs to be configurable, because when I'm running this code locally, I want it to talk to localhost. But if I were to deploy this code, I would want it to call an actual deployed API. Yeah. We're not dealing with any authentication, like any tokens or cookies or anything like that, but I don't have a good answer for where I would put it. It depends. It depends on the app. And thank you, Oxdow, for the hydrate. Okay. What next? Look at my to-do. Yeah, we set up the client. We're going to do find all next. So now I have my client instance ready to go. Everything else is configured. Let's work on our first feature, which is finding all to-dos. So we're going to make a GET request against this API. That'll give us back an array of to-dos, and then we'll show it in the UI. So I am going to put this on the home page, because the home page is just going to list out the to-dos. So if I go in here to pages and then home, this is where we're going to code that up. I'll remove the basic code that we have here, like this, and let me think about how I'm going to do this. And I'll get the list component ready to go. Actually, do I want to list? I think I'll list them all in cards. Cool. Yeah, Redaxios doesn't have good TypeScript support. I tried it the other day and it doesn't have types. So I might make my own. The thing is, I could import the types from Axios, not have to redefine them. But yeah. And Hurt You Dev, welcome in. What's up? Oh, I appreciate that. Abysmal? Appreciate you. All right. What do we do? We'll set this up. And I guess I won't even worry about the UI. Let's get it going with React query, because that's specifically what we're doing. So inside of the home page, I want to make a query to my backend. I want to make a GET request to this specific endpoint here. So we'll go ahead and import useQuery and get that set up. So I'll just copy this line. I'm going to put that at the top of my component. We want to pull in use query from tanstack query, like that. Good to go. And then now the rest is up to me. So this first argument to use query is the name of the request that you're doing. And so I'm actually going to call this find all. And you name it so that you can reference it in other places. You can do things like invalidate this query. So when this component loads, it should make a request to get all of the to-dos. But if a to-do is deleted or updated, that query is no longer valid because now we need to get the latest state from the API, so I could invalidate this query. But when I invalidate it, I'll invalidate it by name. So I'm going to call this one find all. And then we pass it a function that will... and then we pass a function that returns a promise that actually does the querying. And in this case, it's going to get access to a to-do. And what I want to say is api.find. Actually, sorry. So in this case, we just have a function call here. And in this case, I want to say api.findAll. So I'm going to write a function that will find all of the to-dos. And we're going to be using that here. So first of all, let's import API. Well, actually, let me just do find all. So this needs to call a function, and specifically, I'm going to have a function in my API file called find all, and we'll invoke that, not find all by text, find all, and we'll invoke that whenever this query is made. So now let's define this find all function. So over here in my API file, I'm going to export a function called find all. Doesn't take in any arguments because it's just going to make an API request. So I'll say this is an async function. And I want to say grab the data from awaiting client.get. And I don't have to pass in any path because by default, it's just going to make a GET request to this base URL. And then we can return data. Right now, this is complaining because this is the only exported function. So I'm just going to disable it for now. But later on, actually, I won't disable it. I'll go ahead and define another function just so it stops complaining. So after this, we're going to have a create one function. So we'll work on that one later, but I just wanted to get rid of that linter error. Oh, I guess I do need to define the path. And for this, it is nice that we're getting TypeScript errors. And it's saying that an argument is required. I forgot, we do need to say slash. So I want to make a request against the slash route. Awesome. So that makes the request. Now over here, I'm going to import that find all from API. So we bring that function in. Let me go ahead and run my linter because it's complaining that it should be over there. Great. But now we have the basics worked out. So I basically say this query is called find all, and when it runs, it needs to invoke this function. This function in turn calls my API, gets some data back, and then we can use it. So for now, let's just show it in the UI. I'm going to just copy paste their example because we're going to rip it out in a second, and also add types because right now we don't have any type safety. And these do have content, and they do have an underscore ID. And right now, our API doesn't actually have any data inside of it. I think we'll add some data just so that we can see it show up on the page. So at this point, I'm getting some TypeScript errors, but the page should at least render. Yeah, we see it render. And if we open up the DevTools and look at the network requests, if I do a refresh here, we should see an API request made to our backend. So the API request was made. It responded with an empty array. Right now, there's no data, but when this component loads, it is making that request to our backend. If we throttle, so if we do let's say we're on 2G, we should actually now see the loading state. So all of this will load, give it a second. React suspense? Do I really need that? That's true, NFG codecs. You could just pass it in. I I like to be explicit about it, though, because I guess when we use mutations, that will need to invoke it with data. This is just too slow. It was instant, apparently, so even slowing it down didn't slow it down. But what I want to do really quick is I want to actually make a post request to this API so that data does actually show up on the page. For that, I'm going to use a tool called Insomnia. Let me set this up. Well, I guess I did want the cache disabled, right? It was slow because I toggled it. I told it that it had really slow internet. Yeah. So here inside of Insomnia, I can make requests to my backend API. Now, you really only need to do this if you want to make sure you have some data in the API. Like, technically, we're going to build all of the front-end pieces that will make requests to our API. But for now, I'm going to do this just so we have some data on the page. So if we grab the API endpoint, I specifically want to make a post request to localhost 5000 API v1 to-dos, and then the body is going to be a JSON body that has a content property. In this case, I'm going to say the content is learn TypeScript. And then it has a done property that is a Boolean. In this case, it's false. So I'm going to send this payload to my backend. It responded with info, and now if I refresh my front end, it should actually show that in the UI. It does. So we are getting data back from the API just before there was nothing in the API to give us that back. All right, this is basic functionality, right? Like, we're making a request to our backend, we're showing it on the page, but let's get some TypeScript going, because right now we don't have any type safety. And one of the nice things we can do is we can specifically type this function, find all, and we can say that it returns an array of to-dos. So let's do that now. What is the any type? Oh, that's the data that it accepts. Or is it? No. No. Glad to hear it. I can't read your name. What is it? Marot plays games. I'll get you interested in React. Honestly, I don't even like React that much, but everybody uses it, so it's what I'm teaching right now. So we specifically need a to-do type. Now, technically, I could define this interface, and I'll go ahead and do that to show you how we get this type safety. So I'm going to create an interface called to-do. It has ID, which is optional, which is of type string. We also have the content, which is of type string, and done, which is of type Boolean. So I could define this interface, but now I kind of have code duplication because my backend also defined this interface. But now that I have this interface, I can say that we get back an array of to-do like that. And Axios has this nice typing that says, now our response is going to be of that type. And if we hover over data, we can see that data is inferred as an array of to-do. And if we go back over to our home component, now if we look at data, it also is inferred as type of to-do. So now that I've typed this function, I can actually use those types in my UI. And you can see that, like, if I'm trying to type it here, I get autocomplete that tells me what those properties are. So that's great. However, like I said, I don't want to define this in multiple places because now I have the interfaces defined in my front end and in my back end. And one of the cool things you can do in TypeScript is just import a type. So what I'm going to do is say import type, and specifically we want to do with ID. So this is the type that's defined in my backend. And if you remember, we cloned this folder right next to our Express app. So right now, Express API is sitting next to React TS Client. And so what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to reach up. I'm going to reach up into Express API, grab the specific type that I need, and then use it over here. So I'll say import from, go up a directory, go up another directory, go into Express API, go into source, go into API. Inside of there, we want to-dos. Inside of there, we want our model, and we're good to go. So Hushu-D is asking, is it safe to do so? Let's make sure that it is. So there are multiple aspects here. The fact that I have import type means that I'm only importing the type definition, which means when I build my React app, I'm not actually importing any code from my Express API because TypeScript just gets stripped away. All of the types that we're defining here are just a developer experience, right? We get this nice type completion, but when the actual app is built, we don't need those types anymore. So specifically, because I'm importing type, this is just going to go away at build time. And so for now, I think that's totally fine. You would never want to import actual values. You wouldn't want to import functions or anything that could be doing backend specific things. Here, we explicitly are importing that type definition. You can see my linter is complaining, though, saying that relative import is not allowed. Technically, if you were using like turbo repo or some sort of mono repo, you could set it up so that you could import by name, but I'm actually just going to ignore this because I want to import it relatively that way. Like I do need to reach up to the directory above, and I am going to disable this in my ESLint config. So I'm going to grab that rule name, and then over here in my ESLint rc.js under rules, I'm going to add this and disable it. So just set it to 0. So now if I need to import that type, I can disable it. But now if you hover over to do with ID, we actually get the type that was defined in our backend. And now I can say that this responds with an array of to do with ID. And if we go back over to our home component, we can see that data is still inferred as a to do with ID. It's weird type completion, but we should be good there. So for instance, like down here, I should still get autocomplete if I say like to do dot. Nope. Yeah, let's reload the window just to make sure that it actually is pulling in those types. Yeah, and I'll talk about that, Stony Eagle. Like that's probably the preferred way to do this is set this up as a mono repo, have a shared library between your front end and back end that exports those types. And so you would actually define the types in the shared library and then use them in both places. But I'll talk about that in a second. No type completion. Let me go to where this is defined. Oh, that's the issue. I need to do an npm install so that all of the typing works in the Express app. Let me actually take a huge step back and do that so that this works by default when we do it. But I'll confirm that's what we need to do. But that's the issue. The Express app doesn't have any of its dependencies installed, so all of the TypeScript stuff is not being picked up. Yeah, that's what I like to see. So now, to do is of type to do with ID, and then yeah, we get autocomplete. Cool. So Docker installed the dependencies inside of the image, not on my file system. But I need the types on my file system so that TypeScript works. Okay, we're gonna go back to what I had before. I was volume mounting, but the node modules are a cached volume. It's not the same as my other one. Yeah. Okay. So now I'm going to import this type from the actual Express app. So if you remember, we cloned this repo, or created this folder right next to our Express API. And that Express API has types defined already. So I want to import those types from this Express API. One thing I do need to do, though, is even though we started this up with Docker and everything, it actually didn't have node modules locally. So even though this is running in the background with Docker, I still want to do an npm install inside of the Express API folder, because that'll give me all of my type completion and everything. So now that I've run npm install there, I should be able to actually import a few directories up to grab that type. So I'm specifically going to say import type. I'll talk about why that's important in a second. I know that I have a type exported called to do with ID, and I want to import it from 2 directories up: Express API, source, API, to-dos, and then to-dos.model, like this. There are multiple things happening right now. So right now, I have a linter rule that says, hey, don't do this. You should not reach out of the folder. And typically with a React app, that is true. But in this case, I am specifically importing the type. I'm not importing any values. I'm not importing any functions. I'm importing the TypeScript definition. And it is okay to import this in because when I build this React app, all of those types get stripped away. So I'm not actually including any backend code in my front end. I'm just purely importing that type. So I am just going to... Did I do this wrong? Yeah, I did it wrong. Okay. One more time. And I do need, for now, I need to remove that ESLint rule so we can go and add it again. So would I do this in the real world? In the real world, I probably would set up a mono repo. So in the real world, I would set it up so that all of the types are defined in a shared library, and then you import from the shared library. This is okay for this like simple app here, because they're just sitting next to each other, and it kind of depends on them sitting next to each other. Like the other way you could do it is you could actually build your Express app and make sure that it generates type definitions, and then you could just import that type definition file. You could even just like copy paste it into the code base. But regardless, so I want to import this up 2 directories into the Express API, go into the source directory, go into the API directory, go into the to-dos directory, and then grab a to-dos.model. So this is specifically where I defined those types in my backend. And it's important that I am importing with the type keyword because I am not importing functions. I'm not importing values of any kind. I am just importing the TypeScript definition. And so because this is front-end code, I would never want to include back-end code in it. And this is not doing that. This is explicitly only importing the type. And the cool thing about TypeScript is whenever you build your front-end code, all of those types get stripped away. So I can import this type from my backend code and not worry about including any backend code because it is just a type. You can see we're getting an error though. My linter does not like that I'm importing from outside of this directory, and I'm actually just going to disable that rule because I know that I do actually want to do this. So I'm going to disable it for this line. And you can see that linter error goes away now. But now I have this nice type, this to do with ID type, and I can replace that right here. So now my front end code is using the exact same types as my back end. And thank you, Daily Walk. Thank you for that upgraded sub. And if we go back over to the home component, we should see that type completion. So yeah, this is an array to do with ID, and then now I get type completion still, but those types are coming from my backend code. There's a couple of things that I want to fix now, though. So it was fine to just import this directly, but I'm going to be using this in multiple places, and I don't want to have to do this relative import like in every file that needs these types. So I'm actually just going to define a types file. So I'm just going to call this types.d.ts. D is typically for type definitions, and I'm going to pull this import into that specific file. Like this, throw this right here, and instead of import, I'm going to say export. And so now, everywhere that I need this, I can specifically import it from this file. Preferred default export. Yeah, so right now, this isn't the only thing I'll need. I'll also need like the to-do type, and then if I run my linter, it's exporting both of those things. And so you could see that it actually changed this. I want to make sure that this is still a relative import, and then I disable that line there. Okay, so it took us a second to get there, but now I have a file called types.d.ts. It specifically is exporting those types that I have defined in my backend code. And now, wherever I need this, I'll just import from this types file. So right here, I'll say import to do with ID from types. And so everything else will work the same, but now I don't have to put that big long path everywhere that I need it. Okay. Okay. Yeah, and I guess I could talk about TRPC, because obviously this is not that. And obviously TRPC has a better development experience, right? Because it was meant to do things like this. But in this case, I'm dealing with a REST API. Like this, imagine you have an existing REST API. You wrote this app a year ago before TRPC existed or was like really production ready. This is when you might do something like this. Yeah, you're totally right, Hushu. This whole import got messed up. Let me redo that. Yeah. You can see my linter is complaining. It really just wants new lines here. I will say, like, if you do fix all auto-fixable problems, watch what happens. It actually updates this import. And this is not correct. So this import would be correct if we were doing a mono repo. In this case, we don't have a mono repo, so I don't want the import like that. I'm going to manually format this and then move my ESLint ignore right there. So that way it keeps the same import. So I want this to go up 2 directories into the Express app to grab those specific types. So that should be good. And then over here, I can specifically import from types, and we still get access to it, which looks good. And down here, we should still get type completion, which we do. Awesome. Okay. Yeah, it needed to be there. My linter got rid of it, which is a bad thing. All right, what's next? What am I doing? I think I want to fix some linter rules because you can see my my editor is complaining a lot. So like right over here. Yeah, no underscore dangle. So right now I want to fix a few issues that we see with these red squigglies. So right now ESLint is complaining because it doesn't like underscores. I know that I'm dealing with an API that is returning data from MongoDB, so I'm specifically going to allow this. So if I do disable for this line, this will give me the rule that I want. So I'm going to copy that. And then I'll go over to my ESLint RC and disable this rule. So now when I access underscore ID, it shouldn't complain anymore. So that should fix that. Let's see what this is complaining about. Yeah, and so right now, this ID type is of type object ID, which is like a Mongo type. But really what I want to do is I want to to-string it to make sure that we have the stringified version of that. So that fixes that error. The other error we're getting is about the error object. So right now, by default, when I call use query, you can see that unknown type there. So by default, useQuery doesn't know what kind of error we're going to get back. But we can type it because Axios does provide those types. So if you import from Axios, there is the Axios error type, and there also is the Axios response type. And we'll use both of these. So specifically, when my API responds with an error, it is an object that has a message property. We can see an example of that if we just try to go to localhost 5000, API v1 to-dos, that gives us back our data. But if we go to something that is not found, like this, we get back the error response. And you can see the error response has a message and a possible stack property. So this is another type that was defined on our backend that describes the error response that we can import as well. So if we go over to types.d.ts, I can also export a type from my interfaces folder. So if I go to source/interfaces/error response, this specifically is the error response type that my backend has defined. Wait, what? How do I export a default export? Yeah, and I'm actually going to, inside of here, I am going to disable the no relative packages for the entire line. So that way I just have the ESLint rule disabled there, and then I don't have to define it for every single thing that I import from. Yeah, and so right now I'm not doing this right, because I do believe, like, if we look at this, yeah, it is the default export. So I actually just need to import that type from there, and then do an export of error response. Is this it? No named exports. How do I do it? So I should be able to do import error response. And I guess I technically, yeah, I don't need type because it's an interface. Yeah, you're totally right. Okay, let me go back to what let me completely redo all of this. I can just import it because it's an interface. I don't have to specify type or anything like that. So the first thing I'll do before we start importing other things is I'm going to ignore this ESLint rule for this entire file. So if I get rid of this and I say disable for the entire file, now when I do relative imports elsewhere in this file, it won't matter, or ESLint won't complain about it. And specifically, I want to grab the error response interface that I defined in my backend. So I'm going to say export error response from, and we should go up 2 directories. Why is this complaining? I mean, eventually this is gonna... That's the winner. Oof. I think export star won't work because it's not a named export. It is a default export. Okay. Well, I mean, can we say export star from? Then it says no named exports found. I guess that's because that's an ESLint rule. That's not necessarily a TypeScript rule. Let's try using it. So now export default. I'm going to go with the syntax that says export curly braces default as that. Yeah, so that's what I'm going to do next. So now that we're ignoring that everywhere, I can specifically import the error response type. So import and export it. So I'll say export default as error response from, and we'll go grab it, but this is actually defined in source, interfaces, and then error response like that. So, man. Oh, okay. So it looks like that, and then I have a linter error. It actually wants that all on the same line. Cool. So now I'm exporting this interface from that file. Now, you'll notice I'm not using the type keyword, but that is because an interface is a type. And so when I import this, it's still just TypeScript stuff. It's not a value. It's just a type. So I can use it in my front-end code. And so now over here, I should be able to bring in error response. Good to go. And let's define a type for our API error. Because specifically, Axios error is an error object that has a response type inside of it. So let's define a type called API error, and that is going to be Axios error of type error response, like that. So specifically, Axios error does a lot of interesting things. Like you get an error object, but it also has a response property that will have the error response on it. And it also has like a message property and different things like that. So now that we have this type, we can tell React query that this is the error we would expect if this thing threw an error. So I'm going to export API error from here. And then over in our home, I'll import this type. So import API error. And then now I can type use query. So use query, right now you can see that unknown type. It doesn't know what the error type is, but I can tell it. So I can say, hey, use query. I'm going to get back an array of to do with ID. And the error is going to be of type API error. Oh, and in this case, I need to import the to do with ID type because I moved it to that types folder, and so now I can import it from that types folder. So that looks good. Use query isn't complaining. I do believe this is just an ESLint issue. So if I fix the formatting, now I'm saying I'm going to make this query. It's going to give me back an array of to do with ID, and if it throws an error, it will be of type API error. But now that fixed this linter error here, because you can see I now get some autocomplete, because now error has a response property, which would be the parsed response. It also has things like status and stack and things like that. So I actually could do error dot response dot data dot message. So if there was an API response that was a JSON object, we could get access to that message property. But if that doesn't exist, I also could just do error.message, which is the higher level HTTP error message, like I just completely forgot what I was going to say. What's a 500 error? Internal server error. So error.message would just be a higher level message like internal server error or not found, whereas this would be the specific API error returned from the API. And so if we go back to our app, everything's still working fine, but let's test that error. If I change my API client to now make a request to like something that's not found, you'll see that it's loading. And here's another interesting thing that I didn't show you. Actually, let me see. Yeah, so you can see that it actually made multiple requests. So this is one of the benefits of React Query, is that initially it got an error and I was like, oh, I'm going to try again. If we look at it from the get-go, and actually let me clear this, disable the cache. We'll wait for it to load and then I'll show you in a second. Is it gonna just retry forever? It just tries forever. So you can see here that React Query is doing some extra work for us, right? It initially got a 404 not found. It was like, maybe there's something wrong with the API. So it tried again, and it tried again. You can actually configure this in the React Query client. You can say how many retries you want to do. But we can see that the error message is coming through. So this little piece right here where we said specifically error.response.data.message, that is the message that the API is responding with. And I think apparently there's like there's a timeout. So like it tries a few times and then it waits and then it tries again. But specifically that is that response error message. So that's pretty great. So we see that the errors are working, those are coming through. And if we get rid of that error, so we change it back to like a valid URL, save that. Now we get back that data because it wasn't not found. It's on Windows. It looked like that. Anytime I clicked inside of it, it did do it. Cool. Yeah. Cool. So for the purposes of this app, I'm actually going to disable that because I want it to fail instantly. I want to see that. I want to see that feedback. In the real world, it would make sense to leave something like that on because maybe there's like network issues or maybe the server goes down for a split second, but you still want the app to work. But I want to disable that. So if we go into configuration, specifically, it's the query client. Excuse me. Window focus refetching. Oh. Cool. Yeah, so thank you, Leonard DVD. Thanks to Leonard DVD for finding this in the docs. So what was actually happening is when I clicked on the UI, it would try again because the window focused. So this is something that we can disable. And I am going to disable this. So you can see when we define a query client, we have our default options here. So if I go over to my app right here, I'm going to define those options. So refresh on window focus, false. I believe we also have a retry. And I'm going to set that to false as well. So now, not that, false. So now on the first failure, it won't try again. It'll just instantly fail. So let's go back to making the request to something that's not found. Refresh the page. We get a 404, and then instantly we see that UI. We see that error in the UI. It's not trying over and over again. Like I said, you might want to leave this enabled in your app, but for demonstration purposes, I want to keep that off just so we can get like more instant feedback while we're developing. Thank you, NFG. I'm trying my best. I'm doing my best. It's interesting that like these are all things that I've never covered on Coding Garden before, like React Query, TypeScript, all that good stuff. And hello, Katoli. Welcome in. Yeah, I think there's other things we could do. Like there's number of retries in FG Codex. I can call you Codex. You never told me. You never told me that you preferred that. Yeah, and so I'll mention that really quick. So and I'm defining these at a top level here, but anytime you use the use query hook, you can also actually pass in options and do things specific to this one query. So I can pass in an object here, and this has things like retry. I can disable it here. So if I only wanted to disable it for one specific query, I could do that as well. In this case, I was disabling it for the entire app. Okay. So at this point, we've got a whole lot of TypeScript going on. Like, our app doesn't look the best, but we've got all of our types hooked up. Let's start working on the actual features of the app. So instead of just like this default is loading and stuff like that, I'm going to set this up all inside of my render function. So I'm going to have a little fragment right here, and I'll say if is loading is true, then I want to show like a little spinny bar. So we can get rid of that. And then if is error is true, then I want to show like an alert box with this error information inside of it. So we'll do it like that as well. Something like this. But I'm going to go to the Material UI docs so I can grab some components for this. So if we look at Material UI, they should have a progress component. And we want just like an indeterminate progress. So this is perfectly fine for me. So if we're loading, show that circular progress. And we'll import that from UI, material, circular progress. So we get that import. Great. So if we're loading, show that. If there's an error, I want an alert box. Yeah, something like this. So we can grab the severity error alert box. We'll put our error message inside of that. Put that right here. And then I need to import this alert component. So import it from material/alert. Right now, it just wants a little reformat, so have that on the next line. So that's great. Let's test this out again. So let's get an error, and let's see what happens. What is happening? Oh, I have, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm getting an error, but it makes a whole lot of sense because I am actually, and TypeScript is yelling at me. It's like, hey, data could be undefined. Like when we make this API request, initially data has nothing. So technically I want to wrap all of this in, or I could even do, I believe something like this. So if data is defined, then map over it. So that gets rid of the error there. And so now we have that nice little UI error. So that's good. And then also if we simulate like slower network traffic, we can see what the loading spinner looks like. So let's just grab like good 3G, refresh the page. I mean, 4G at least. Oh, I don't like React syntax. No, this is give me v-if all day. This is I don't like it. I don't like it. DSL? It's like instantly erroring out. I want to see that loading spinner. So I'm gonna simulate it over here. So we'll get rid of the typo, so it's making the request to the right spot. And then right here, I'm just going to do basically like a sleep. So I'll await a new promise. And then this, in turn, will do a set timeout. And we'll call resolve in 5 seconds, like this. And then I'm just going to disable any linter errors, because I literally do want it to wait for 5 seconds. So let's try again. Cool. So by default, it's like over there on the left. I want to put it in the center. Let's see if there's a way of doing that. So if we look in Material UI. We should be able to use box. I believe box is a flex box. Or is grid a flex box? Enabled the retry? Yeah, but it instantly returns with 404 is the thing. Do they have a flex component? Divider. Stack. This is API docs. I can look at the component docs for grid is Flexbox. That's what I thought. Let's look at grid. And then there's a grid v2. Okay, it uses CSS's Flexbox box layout, so that's good. So I am just going to have a grid container, and then I do believe there are props we can define to say that, like, flex items center. So let's try it out. So over here on the home page, let's actually wrap this in a flex container. So we want grid, and this gets imported from MUI. And I'm going to directly, I'm not going to do an individual import. I'm going to directly import the item like this. So we're importing grid. That's great. And then is there a prop called like center? Yeah, so it has all of the props of like Flexbox. So I want justify content center, like that. And so this should be a Flexbox that takes up the full width and then centers that circular progress bar. So I could just, yeah, you're right, I could just do margin auto, but we're using this, I think I have to give it, do I have to give it a width property? Let's see what it renders for us. Actually, this would be a good time to show the React Query DevTools. Because I believe in the DevTools I could invalidate and not have to refresh the page. So I'm going to do that. Now is a good time to show you the React Query DevTools. And it gives you full control over all the React Query stuff that's happening in the background. So I'm going to search for React Query DevTools, and we'll get that installed. It should be here. So here in the docs, there's a section on DevTools. We do have to install another dependency, but we can get it set up, and it'll essentially be a nice little window here that we can control what's happening with React Query. So let me make sure I'm in my React TS client. I'll install React Query DevTools. And then you can see that we use it essentially inside of our wrapped app. So over here in app.tsx, I'm going to import it. And then right about here, I can use it. You can see there were some options. Initial is open. It's default to true. Let's see what we get. Oh, and I think I'm still throttling my network. Yeah, no throttling. Cool. So now we have this little icon down here, and we have access to all of this stuff. So like this find all one, I could invalidate it or reset it, and now that actually triggers my loading state because I essentially removed it and it needed to re-request that. So that's good. I like that. Now, I do believe I wanted to put a width property on here. Let's see if we can do 100%. And then, oh, did not mean to do that. We'll have to do a full refresh. That didn't fix it either. Direction, row, justify content, center, align items, center. Oh, I think I have to put the container prop. I think that's the main thing. So not a width property, just a container property, and that should give me full width. So if I reset this, yeah, that's what I want to see. So it's got some, it's in the center now because it's in that flex box. Awesome. The other thing I want is some margin on top, and I do believe there are some helpers. Or at this point, would I actually need to load in emotion? Yeah, I think at this point we need to actually add some custom styles. We'll set that up next, Mark, because that's like a developer feature that we're now realizing that we will benefit from, is import aliases, because we're doing a lot of like relative imports. But that will require some more dev dependencies. A text field has a margin property, but that's not what I want. I guess I actually just have to get into customization. Yeah, the spinner is just a little bit too close to the navbar there. Oh! This is tree shakeable. So because you import each individual component, the build process knows that those are the only things that you're using. If you do a named import, it's possible that the things that you didn't import don't get tree shaken away. Honestly, the build process is probably smart enough to tree shake them, but if you do it this way, you're very explicitly only importing the components that you're using. And that's another interesting aspect of like using the library this way, because you're not importing the entire Material UI code base. You're just importing the specific components that you're using. Yeah. All right. Show me how to style. Yeah, and Diogo, welcome in. Welcome in. SX? Does that have a margin in it? Really? Override is additional CSS styles. Wow. Okay, that's pretty sweet. That's what I want to see. Okay, cool, 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 cool. Cool. So I want to customize this grid here. I want to customize like some margin on it. And the way Material UI allows you to do that is with this SX prop. So this is SX on box. We also have SX on quite a few other types of components. But specifically, if you specify that, then you have access to all of the CSS properties that you can then modify. Now, I do believe this is not inline styles. This is just overriding the default styles of that specific component. So in this case, I can do SX equals an object, specify margin, If I give my editor a second to catch up, you can see that I get autocomplete for all of the overridable properties. And in this case, I'll just do margin to rem. And that should give me a little bit of margin on my loading thing, which I wanted to see. So now it's not just right up against the navbar. Cool, thank you, Enzo. Yeah, and to clarify, the SX prop is supported on every component, apparently. You can use SX to override any of the default styles of that component. I believe isn't emotion styled components? So you actually like redefine, like I would redefine grid as a component that accepts some styles in, something like that. Okay. So at this point, we're at a good spot with our styling. We have a nice little loading spinner. We've got an alert box if things go wrong. Now let's work on our actual items in the list here. So I don't just want a regular plain old list. I think I'm actually going to define a card for every item, and then that card will allow you to link to that specific item, and that's how we'll edit it and update it. So in Material UI, there is this card component. You can do a lot of stuff with it. Basically, I want a card that's just going to have like a title on it and then a button that says edit, and then that will take you to the edit page. So let's see how they did it here. Cool. So I'm going to copy this in, and then we'll update it and remove the things that we don't need. So specifically, we'll have the card component. We want some typography for the title. And that's all inside of card content. And then card actions will have a button that'll say something like edit, like that. So that looks good to me. So basically, I want this card for every item inside of our data. So instead of a list item, we'll have a card. And we'll move this prop here. So the key goes onto the card. And then the content will go in the title. So instead of word of the day, that's going to look like this. Cool. And now we can import card and card content and typography and card actions. So we want card. We want card content. We want card actions. And we want typography. Cool. I'm going to run ESLint to do some auto formatting. Nice. And let's see what we get. I like it. So now we have a card, and so for every to-do item that we have, we'll have that. And then when I click edit, that will go to the edit page. I am going to add a little bit of margin on top here. So I think one thing we can do is let's actually wrap everything in the grid component, so that way we get that margin to rim for everything on the page. So I'm actually just going to move this out here, get rid of my fragment, and then now all the things are wrapped in that grid, which will give it a 2 rims of margin. You can also see that it actually just like centered that card. And that just has to do with some of the default flexbox properties. That needs to be there, I believe. Actually, I think my linter wanted it on the same line. But I could specify how the items should look. This looks good to me, though. I like that the cards are in the center. And then right now we have that min width set to 275. So like if I look at this on mobile, oh, well, we'd want to get rid of the... with the React query. But if I look at this on mobile, it's actually completely borked. And now that I think about it, I only want top margin. I don't want margin on everything. So I'm just going to specify margin top. That's what I want to see. That's the stuff. Because now we can go here. Good to go. I don't think I want a list. I mean, I guess I could. We could redo that whole thing. But technically... Yeah. I'm doing it with multiple pages. Like, we could do it all in line. We could do it like, yeah, check that the to-do is done, and then like a delete button. But there's going to be a separate page so we can demonstrate more features. So, good to go here. All right. I need a break, and also I need to write some tests. We've written a lot of code without any tests, and I think the first test we would do is that the API is called, and that there are to-dos on the page when the API is called. There were just so many things we set up here. Like we set up importing types. We typified everything. I want to have tests. Like we set up the React starter template with React testing library. So I definitely want to add some tests. I mean, the video is going to be twice as long, but I do want some tests. Yeah, no worries, Mark. Thank you for hanging out. Have a good one. Type strong. Oh, this is for TS Node specifically? I see. I don't think I would need that for Vite, because I'm using Vite on the front end, and I think I can get relative imports in its configuration. But on the backend code is where I would need this for TS Node. But thanks for the link, Codex, and thanks for all your input and stuff like that. Oh, no worries. No worries. Yeah, I could make it a two-parter, and that way I can just get all these features done now, and then we can go in and add tests next. I like that. Okay. But let me get it so that I can import things without relative paths. Man, there's a lot to writing an app. There's just so much involved. But I'll do that now. All right. So our app is looking good. We've got our to-dos listed out. Eventually we'll get to editing a specific to-do and getting to the edit page. But right now I want to set up a developer feature. So if you look at how we're writing this code, everywhere we're importing our own stuff, we have to use relative paths. And that gets really cumbersome, especially the more code that we write. Excuse me. Especially the more code that we write, because everywhere we're importing from, we always have to have these relative paths. It can get... Excuse me, keep burping. Girl with a box, thank you for the raid. All of my alert sounds are gone. And I don't know why. Oh, I have it turned down. I don't think even you all could hear the alert sounds, could you? But thank you for the raid, Girl with Box. Appreciate you. What were you working on? Miscellaneous immorality in JavaScript. Very cool. Welcome in, Raiders. We're building a React app. We're teaching the basics of TypeScript with React. We're talking to an API. Right now, we're about to add some developer features. So, where were we? All right, let's set that up. There's a library, ESLint, TypeScript, import alias or something like that. There's specifically a package we need for this. Yeah, no worries. Thanks for bringing your friends over. Appreciate it. That's not it. ESLint import resolver custom alias. This is the one. Or is it? No. ESLint import resolver TypeScript? That's the one. Yeah, see ya. This is the one that I have had good luck with. Import resolver TypeScript. Cool. So what I want to be able to do is, instead of doing like relative paths, I want to set the @ sign as an alias. So anywhere I see @/ I know to just look in the source directory. So there's a couple of places we need to set that up. First of all, we can set it up inside of our TS config, because this is a feature that's supported out of the box by TypeScript. But I forgot how to do it. TypeScript import alias. TS config paths. Cool. All right. So inside of our TypeScript config, we can add a section called paths, but I believe it needs to be inside of compiler options. So here we'll do paths, yes. And then inside of here, we can specify the path. So I want to say whenever we see @/*, that should map to the source directory /*, like this. Why is this complaining? Oh yeah, and then this needs to be an array, not an object. And then we'll run the linter. I don't know how it works. I need to look it up again. Come on. Oh, I see. Okay, I can figure that out. So why is this complaining? Yeah, so this needs to be an array, like that. So now we're telling TypeScript that when it sees @/something, that should just point to my source directory. So what I should be able to do now is just @/API or @/types, because that specifically looks in the source directory. Now my linter is complaining because it can't find it. So we actually need a plugin for ESLint so that it is able to pull that setting from our TS config, so it knows how to actually find and import these things. And so there is a ESLint plugin called ESLint Import Resolver TypeScript. So we're going to install this as a dev dependency so that we get those nice aliases. So I'll do npm I-D. Yep, all of this will be on GitHub. If you do !today, you can get a link to where the code will be later. So if I do npm I-D with that, we now have it as a dev dependency, and then we can configure it. So inside of our ESLint, we need, inside of settings, import resolver TypeScript. And we also need to make sure that we have the import plugin. So let's take a look at our ESLint config. Right about here. And right now, plugins does not have import, so I'm actually going to specify import like that. So now we're using the import plugin. And if you look at our package.json, we did actually have a dependency on ESLint plugin import. We just never added it to the plugins array. So that's there. And then now in settings, which we don't have one yet, so that can be like right here. We can do it like this. We'll get there. Like that. Like that. Cool. So we just tell it that we're using this TypeScript import resolver. And now it should stop complaining. So now it can, let's reload the window. So now that we've modified both of our configs, we'll do reload window, and hopefully it should pick up that setting, so that way we can do this. Nice. So now it knows how to resolve that, so we can actually get those types. So that's awesome. So pretty much anywhere where we have a relative path in our actual source code, we can use this @/. So in here, if I just do @/types, that knows how to find it. That's great. in here we can import, and this is a test file, we can import app from @/app. Let's see. Yeah, in our main app file, we can do this as well. So again, this just cleans things up because as my app gets bigger, there's going to be more and more relative paths. And so now it's nice and clean. Let's see where else I have it. Yep, we could do relative imports here. Well, glad to hear it, Stony Eagle. I figured this out, I think it was yesterday or the day before. I was like, I need to get this working because, and the main issue is, so you can do it all day with TypeScript, but the moment you start to involve ESLint, it's like, I have no idea what to do. Okay, where else? Yeah, and then here, I won't use the @ sign because technically this is reaching outside of my project. Though I could technically add an alias for my Express app. Not going to do that though. So these will stay the same. Everywhere else is just using those import aliases. And now there's one more place that we needed to set this up. So we told TypeScript how to handle the alias. We told ESLint how to handle the alias, but we didn't tell Vite how to handle the alias. And so that's the last little piece of config that we need. So in our Vite config, we need to specifically tell it that when it sees that @ sign, it should look in the source directory. And I have to find that in the Vite docs. Stony. Everyone's telling me what I should actually be calling them, when I've been calling you Stony Eagle for years. But I can call you Stony. All right, we want to find alias, resolve alias. No worries, Ched. I'm still going to call you Ched. I'm not going to call you CJ. Does anybody know what this configuration is called? I thought it was import alias. Glob import, dynamic import. I don't think I need a separate plugin for this, do I? Vite TypeScript import alias. Yeah. So if you look on YouTube, the most recent video on YouTube is me setting up Vite and everything. Resolve. You found it. Yeah, thank you, Kyle. I was just getting there. So, alias accepts alias options. I'm gonna search. I'm gonna find the resolve config. And then that took me forever to find. So alias, and then is there not an entries option? Oh, yeah. I feel like certain Twitch streamers they'll abbreviate everyone's name. Yeah. I don't know who Chuck is. Yeah, welcome in, Les. My YouTube content is all over the place, honestly. Um, I would say so. You can search across all the things that I've done. I have this site here. I mean, this just searches YouTube, but it's a little bit faster because it's kind of like instant. So like if you search for TypeScript, you can see any video that has the word TypeScript in the title. So I would start here, and then like if you're trying to learn a certain type of thing, search it to see if I've done a video on it. The issue is like most of my older content is all just live stream, so it's like hours and hours of video. I mean, I talk about some good stuff, and I cover some like pretty valuable stuff, but it's a lot to wade through. And about 2 months ago, I started doing this more full time, and I'm trying to only upload like edited content to YouTube. All right. Is this really what I need? No. Oh, well, I need to import path. Yeah, I edit my own videos, mainly because it would be hard to find somebody technical enough to understand my content to be able to edit it in the right way. Eventually, I'll have a lot more time to edit, though. Yeah, it's true, Acid Spark. Because I mean, there's an entropy chat playlist, but it's filled with a bunch of other stuff. Because sometimes when we worked on entropy chat, we were doing other things. Okay, so apparently this is the setting that I needed. And apparently, I can define it like that. I think... This specifically has to do with the rollup plugin alias. And then entries. Oh, but I don't have to do it as... So I can do it like this. So alias can be an array, I think, of just an object. Where I say like @/star maps to source/star. Entries. I just want to do this because this is like way less instead of like find and replacement. What's this? Can either be an object or an array of pairs. So, oh, I see. Like this. That's the one. Okay. that should fix it. Okay. Oh man, what did I just do? I just closed VS Code. That's okay though. That's there. And then if we run vite, picks it up. Great. That took me forever to find, but it's fine. Failed to resolve import. Well, maybe not. Maybe not. Did I not do it right? Oh, I just need to do @ / resolves to src /. Come on. I don't have base URL in tsconfig, but I don't think I've used that before. Specify the base directory to resolve non-relative module names. TypeScript is good to go. Vite is the one thing that's complaining, because I need to configure it in both places. Actually, this is where I'm going to go to my cheat code. This is the one that I got working yesterday. Path.resolve. Okay, sure. All right. That worked for me yesterday, so that should do it. Yeah, there we go. Oh, that took me so long. Okay. I can do this. Alias is an object. Here we go. So we must update the vite config. In their docs, they talk about resolve.alias. This actually points to rollup plugin alias. That's what it's using under the hood. And this talks about how to configure it. And it mentions that it can be an object or an array of pairs. So we're going to do the object thing. So inside of our vite.config.ts, we can add a section called resolve. And then we'll have a section called alias that is an object that says the @ should map to the source directory. So for that, we'll specifically import path. So we import path, so that way we can specify that the directory. So path.
Coding cheer 1000 go CJ, go CJ, go CJ, go.
Thank you, Stony Eagle. Was it resolve? I forgot that last piece. And I called you Stony Eagle again. Sorry about that. Thank you, Stony. And specifically with path, we'll say path.resolve. We'll pass in dir name, which is the current directory, and then say, I want you to find the source directory. So now vite knows what to do when it sees that @. So if we save that, and we look at our vite, let's restart vite. Cool. And now if we go back to the browser, we're good to go. We're back to a working app. So essentially we had to touch 3 different config files. We had to tell vite what to do with that @. We had to tell ESLint what to do with that @, and we had to tell tsconfig what to do with that @. But now that we have that set up, we can use that @ everywhere, and we don't have to specify full paths. Whew. Okay. Yeah. Like 10th try. That took me so long to figure out. Why does that not break @tanstack? Because, well, actually, it probably tries multiple things. Like it'll likely, when it tries to resolve the module, and also you see like at MUI, etc. It probably looks in the node modules first. So if you look in node modules, there's literally a directory called all of these at things. So like at MUI, at tanstack. So when it's trying to resolve it, it likely looks in here first, and then it's like, oh, @ isn't a thing in node modules. So then I'll defer to the aliases, which points to the source directory. I'm pretty sure I still need it with Vite. Because Vite is using rollup to find all of the files, and that's separate from the TypeScript process. Let's see. So alias. Yeah. That's what we just did. Except we did the shorthand. So instead of doing find and replacement, we did the shorthand. Vite tsconfig paths. Oh, nice, Codex. Are you gonna move companies, or did you interview someone? Do you like Postgres? Yeah. Tuscan. I mean, oh, you were performing the interview. Cool. How'd they do? Did they seem like teammate material? tsconfig paths. Yeah, I don't want another dependency though. I'm okay with just updating the config. Well, that's unfortunate. They didn't do very well. Okay. Where do we go from here? We have find all. We have this edit button. We need to be able to create a new to-do. That's what we're going to do next. Is we're going to make a form that lets us create a new to-do. Oh no, we have a fully working API. So like, yeah. We don't need to work with the API. So I'm gonna mark off, yeah, find all. Next, we're gonna create one. I'm gonna close everything. I think the way I'm gonna do this is we will have a components folder, and then I'll have a folder in there called to-dos, and then inside of there I'll have a form component and a to-do item component. Yeah, I mean, it is a lot of work for such a small app, but the idea is you can take this and do bigger things with it, right? Like the API is simple, the things we're doing are simple, but all of this will work really well with data that isn't simple and a more complex API and more pages. So that's the idea, is I'm basically trying to demonstrate things in as little code as possible. Like demonstrate things minimally, so that people can take that as an example and then expand that to more complex things. Anyways, all right. Next up, let's allow users to create to-dos. So for that, we're going to need a form. We're going to need the post API request. We're going to set all of that up. So one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to create a folder in my source directory called components. And then inside of here, I'm actually going to create another folder called to-dos. So for this app, this is going to be the only folder in my components folder. But as your app grows, you'll have different sections and different features of your app. And then you can create new folders in here like admin or products or users, and each one of those folders will have components that are specific to that section of the app. Because specifically what I want in here is a file called to-do form. And this is going to be the form that allows users to create to-dos. So I'm going to export a function called to-do form. And for now, this is just going to return a little h1 that says to-do form. Let's lint it, good to go. And on the home page, I'm going to put that form right above my list of to-dos. So right here, I want the to-do form. So that'll do an auto import. I really like that VS Code automatically picked up on the @ sign. I don't think I've ever seen VS Code do that before. I almost always have had to replace the relative import path. So that's awesome. And it's probably because I'm using TypeScript. It's probably because of the TypeScript config. That's awesome. Okay, so import that to-do form. That form goes right there. And it is complaint. Oh, it's good to go. And if we look at our app, nice. We now have the to-do form right next to our to-do list. One thing we do need to do is we need to tell this grid that it should actually be a column layout instead of a row layout. Is there a direction property? Yeah, so flex direction should be column. We'll run our linter, reformat, and now we have the to-do form on top of the items. That also expanded the items, but I'm completely okay with that. When we work on that later, we'll put that button on the right. It'll go to that page. Okay, so we have the to-do form. Let's take a look at Material UI and take a look at how they do forms. Specifically, we want a text field and like a submit button. I think I'm just going to use like an outlined input box like that by default. So we can see, yeah, we have a text field with variant outlined. So inside of our form, we will wrap this in a form element. It will have that text field. We'll import that from UI text field. And we'll give it a name of new to do. We'll give it, an ID of new to do, also a name of new to do. And this is complaining because it wants to reformat it. So it looks like that. Good to go. Let's see what we get. So by default, that loading spinner is like right on top of the input box. I don't like that. I actually am going to wrap this form in a grid component so that I can give it some margin and also like arrange everything inside of the form. So I'm going to add a grid component, which will come from UI material. Specifically, I want to import it like this. So we have our grid. We'll wrap our form in that grid. We can specify some settings here, and in this case, I am going to add margin on all sides. We'll do 1 rem of margin on all sides. And this will have a flex direction of column because we want things to flow down. Did I do this wrong? I specified this wrong. This is SX, not XS. And so now, should look good. If we invalidate that query, yeah, so now that loading spinner is no longer centered. We need to fix that. So over here, this should have justify content center and align items center. Let's see what that does for us. Yeah, that pushes everything to the center here. How do I feel about that? I don't like it. I'm gonna go back to this. So I like this layout, but I'm actually just going to wrap the progress in its own grid so that only progress is centered and nothing else is centered. So let's do that right here. So we grab ourselves a little grid. This has justify content center and container. Let's see. Yeah, so now the little loading spinner is centered. That's great. And then finally, when things load, it loads down below. I like that. I think it might actually make sense to put the is loading below the form, because it's kind of showing the loading state of the list of items. So now if I do that, we reset the state. So now, yeah, that's loading. Good to go. I want this text field to be full width. Let's see if there's anything in their docs on doing that. I might just have to specify XS width 100%. Let's look at how they're doing this amount example. Form control full width. That's what I like to see. Okay, so form control allows you to separate the two. I wonder if there's a full width property on text field. Let's see. There is. That's what I want to see. So now we have a nice little form. Cool, cool. And the label isn't outlined. The label will be new to do, and then we'll have a button, capital B button, from UI that says add to do. And I want to import this like that. Okay, let's see what we got. By default, it's a button that like doesn't have a background. Let's look at the button docs, because I do want a contained button. So I'm going to say variant here is contained. That. Cool. And then I want that button to be on the right-hand side. They'll be able to enter their stuff, click add button on the right, that makes the API request. But let's put this in its own little grid down here. And we want justify content flex end, I think. Let's see what we get. This is not complaining. Oh, I need to make this a container, I believe. Yeah, like that. Nice. So set it as a container, flex in, pushes it to the right, and then we can also specify a little bit of margin on this. We'll do like half of a rem, so that there's a little spacing between the button and the actual form. So this is looking good. I want to be able to say something like learn React, click add to do, submit the form, make the API request. So UI design is done. That looks good to me. Now let's handle actually making the API request. So in React Query, whenever you're doing something that is a modification, whether it's creating or updating, that's known as a mutation. It is not just a query. So we specifically want to create a mutation that will allow us to create a new to-do. So we can create the mutation similar to how we create the query. We just say mutation equals use mutation, pass in a function that would return a promise, and then we get access to all of those same things, like is it loading, is there an error, is it success. So that will look something like this. We specifically want to bring in use mutation from TanStack React Query. Great. This is going to get access to the new to-do that we are creating. And then here, we specifically want to call create one, which we'll define in our API with that new to-do. Gotta wait for my TypeScript to catch up. And I'm going to define this create one function inside of our API file. So if we go to our api.ts, right now we have find all, but we now want to define create one. So create one will accept a to-do, and this is of type to-do. We specifically need to import our to-do type from there. So we have two different types coming from our backend. So to-do is just the object with content and done. To-do with ID is something that we would get back from our database that actually has an ID property. But when we're creating a to-do, it does not have an ID property, which is why we need that separate type. So create one accepts in a to-do, and then it does something very similar. So this will, instead of doing a get, it does a post request. We're expecting that the response will be a to-do with ID bit, because if it's a successful response, we get back a to-do that has an ID, and we are making a post request against slash. And specifically, we need to pass in our data here. So that's going to be the to-do. Yeah, I believe there are typings where you can say that we only accept a thing of type to do, but I don't really need it here because the type completion comes on the return type. So the result of this post request is to get back a to do with ID. Yeah, that's basically it, Paulin. It's defined in our backend code, but that's it. There's a with ID utility type that MongoDB comes with that you can pass an interface into, and it puts the ID prop on it. But yeah, it's basically a... Is that a union type? What do you call that? It's not a union type. It's a combined type? Okay. So for now, I just copy pasted this. You can see that we have some code duplication. Like this is waiting 5 seconds before it does the thing, so we can actually like see our loading state and stuff like that. I'll come back and refactor this file later, but for the most part, this is the client-side code required to make the post request to the backend. So it accepts in that to-do, makes the post request, and then expects that it's going to get back a to-do with ID. Looks good. So over here on our form, we want to import create one from our API. I'm going to specify this here. And now we have access to this mutation object. Actually, yeah. So we have access to this. This has things like is loading, the actual data, if there was an error, and I want to use all of those. So I'm going to destructure them just like we did when we were finding all. So I want to grab is loading. I want to grab mutate, which is specifically the function we can call that will send the data. So yeah, I'm going to do mutate. We also, in this case, we actually don't care about the data that we get back. Because the thing that needs that data will just be the find all. So we actually don't need data, but we do care about if there was an error. So we'll get the error out as well. And so now if there was an error, we'll show that in the UI. It's going to be very similar to what we did earlier with like this little alert box. So I'm actually just going to copy this from our home page. And then we're going to throw this right here. We'll import alert from UI like that. Give this a second to catch up. My editor is really struggling. And in this case, we can also pull out is error. So if there is an error, we'll use it here. We're getting a similar error that we got before in that it doesn't know about this type. So right now the error type is unknown. We can type it though because it's the same type of error that would have happened for the find all. In this case, the API error there. So if we look at use mutation, this is saying it returns a to-do with ID, which is correct. But specifically, the second type argument is the error type. So I'll call this the API error. Both of these need to be imported from our types. So I'll just do that manually here. Import to do with ID from @/types. And then we also want, we did import API error from API. So we should be good to go here. Let's give this a second to catch up. Yeah, so that found it. It just wants some new lines here. So we specifically are getting back to do with ID, and we're expecting if there was an error, it is of type API error. Now, we also want to type the thing that we're creating. So if we look at the types for use mutation, right now the type is void, and that's the type of the thing that it is accepting. So the thing that we're creating, and that specifically is type to do. So I want to put that type there as well. So we will import to do from our types as well. So after all of this kicks in, give it a second. Now, new to do is of type to do. It has a content property and a done property. And our create one function that we define specifically takes in a type to do. So now these two things match up because it's like, oh, you're passing me a thing that is of type to do. So that looks good. Now we need to handle the form state and the form submission. So let's just create a little state variable called new to do and set new to do. And this will be use state from React. Starts off as the empty string. So use state, I'm going to throw this at the top there. The name is confusing here, so I'm going to call this to do to create. We'll pass that in there. So now, new to do is a string. We're going to bind this to the value prop on the text field. And then we'll also have an on change listener that when this changes, we want to set new to do. When this changes, we want to set new to do to be the value of the input. So we'll say set new to do with e dot current target dot value. So whenever the input changes, it's now updating this state variable, and then we can use that state variable in the form submission. So on the form, we'll say when this is submitted, we'll call our function called form submitted. And then right here, we'll define that. This takes in an event, which is of type, I don't know, but we'll figure it out. So HTML React.formEventHandler. I want this. So E is of type React.formEvent of HTML form element. That's specifically what I wanted. So right here, we want React.formEvent of HTML form element. So that gives us the typing for the specific event handler there. Now we'll pass in form submitted like that. And now we can handle it. So specifically what we want to do when the form is submitted is we will prevent the default action like that. And then we'll call this mutate function. So mutate is a function that takes in the thing we're going to be creating in this instance, and then passes that into this function over here. So if I say mutate, we need to pass in an object. We get type completion, so it needs to have a content and a done property. So content is going to be our new to do state variable. So that's the value of the input. And then done will default to false. There we go. It took a second for TypeScript to figure it out. But now when we submit the form, that will call mutate, which in turn calls create one, which in turn calls our backend API to actually create the thing. If it hasn't yet, I'm going to make sure that this is type submit on the button. So I'll say type equals submit. And then we'll add a little bit of validation. Like I actually don't want to submit if the new to do value is empty. So I'll say if new to do has nothing inside of it, let's not do anything yet. So we're gonna wait until we actually have a value there before we send it off somewhere. Yeah, so typically when you have a button inside a form, oh, you're totally right. I want this to be inside the form. Yeah, you're totally right. And typically when you have a button like that, it should be a type submit. But yeah, you're totally right. I wanted that to be inside the form. So now let's see what happens. I definitely want to handle the error state in here. So you can see we're, actually I am handling the error state. I want to handle the loading state. So when we submit this, I also want to disable the text field and disable the button. And we can actually just do that with isLoading. So on the text field here, we should have a disabled property. And if the mutation is happening, then we don't want to allow the user to touch the input. And then this button should be disabled in the same scenario. Like that. So when we are loading, disable the button. And then the last thing we want to do is after the creation, we want to clear out the input. So I'll say set new to do with the empty string. So we should be good to go here. Now I can type in the input. It's keeping track of the changes. When I click submit, that prevents the default action, makes sure the user has entered something in, actually calls the mutation, and then clears out the input. So let's see it. So let's say learn React and click add to do. You can see it's disabled. So right now it's technically loading. It's loading. And then after it completed, we can see that the disabled state has left, or we can see that it's no longer disabled. Do I not get to see mutations in here? And then over here, do we specify a mutation name? No, we don't. Change add to do with I like that idea as well. So not only have we disabled it, we actually could add a loading state. It seems like it's working. There's a couple of things we need to do. So first of all, I actually don't want to clear the input until it was a successful mutation, like until it was done loading. So now instead of mutate, I actually want mutate async. So that way I can await it. So I'll make this an async method. We'll await mutate async, and that way I don't clear the input until the mutation is completely done. The other thing which chat had a suggestion for is we should actually put a little loading spinner on this button. I'm going to look at the Material UI docs. I think there's a way to do it. Yeah, like this. So a loading button. Oh, I see. There's a specific component for that. So let's do it. So we're going to grab loading button instead of button. And then this now has a prop loading, which is going to be set to is loading. We'll run our linter. That reformats it. Let's try one more time. UI loading button. Did I not import it right? Oh, this comes from lab. I see. So I actually need to install lab separately. I'm going to go ahead and do that. So from the command line, I'm going to do an npm I of UI lab. That'll give me access to that loading button. Start that back up. Give it a second. Cool, it found it. That loaded there. And it didn't detect my change just yet. Cool. And now you can see we actually have two things. So that creation did work. We haven't handled the invalidation yet. Okay, so that's awesome. I believe that's how I want this to behave. So let's try it one more time. And then if this works, we'll do a query invalidation. So that way this list will reload. So in this case, let's say like learn JavaScript, submit. Nice, we get a little loading. And then when it's done, it clears out the form. Beautiful. And so what I actually could do is in the React query dev tools, if I invalidate this query and reset it, now it'll make that API request and it'll get all of the latest data because I sent that data to my server. Now when I request it again, I get it back in the list. But I don't want that to be manual. I want that to happen automatically when this completes. So there are some options we can pass into use mutation that essentially give us a callback whenever it's done creating. So if I pass in some options here, let me look at the API docs really quick. Here we go. So in their docs, you can see we pass in some options, and we can pass in on success. So when there was a successful mutation, when we successfully created the thing, I want to invalidate the fetch all query. So right here, I'm going to have on success. And specifically, I want to invalidate find all. So for that, I actually need the query client, and we need to pull in use query client. So this will give us access to the query client. And then inside of here, I should be able to do query client dot invalidate queries. And then in this case, find all. So I specifically want to invalidate the find all query. Because if we look back at the home page, this is where the labeling or the name comes into play. So I specifically, when we load all of the to-dos, I'm giving it the label find all in quotes. And so later on, if I invalidate that query on success, that means that that list will reload. And so now we should see it all come together. So if I add another to-do that says learn React query, and then click add, this is going to load. And then when it's done, it invalidates the query that this is dependent on. Or not. Let me make sure I've done this right. Invalidation from mutations. On success, I mean, they did define that as an arrow function. That shouldn't matter. Invalidate queries. Find all. Just going to do a little bit of logging. Just make sure that this is actually running. And then, oh, maybe it worked. Maybe it worked. Learn invalidation. Click add. We should see success over here. I was just expecting to see the loading state over here. So yeah, it said success, but this does not enter the loading state. Okay. I know the issue. You see the data popped up, but the issue is this query is no longer loading because it already had loaded. It just got invalidated. So we actually need another property on our homepage. So this is working as intended. Over here, there is also a property called isFetching. And we want to take that into account as well, because if we are loading or we are fetching, then we want to show this progress spinner here. And also, I don't want to show the list of data if we are loading or fetching. So if not loading or not fetching, and we want to actually like iterate the data. So let me run my linter. That all looks good here. This is the trick. Okay, so you can see the page loads, and right now I have that timeout in my API function that's taking 5 seconds. We can disable that in a second, but now if I say learn is fetching, click add. When we see success over here, it should invalidate, which causes this to start fetching. Yep, we see that, and then we'll see all of the data appear. Cool. Awesome. That's what I like to see. So we're doing it. We're creating new stuff. We're invalidating queries. We're reloading all of that. Let's do some API refactoring. So over here in our API, I mentioned it earlier, there's a little bit of duplication here. Essentially, we have an Axios request where we extract out the data, and then we do some waiting, and really I'm going to remove this waiting altogether. So I'm going to get rid of that. I'm going to get rid of that. I mean, honestly, I'm not going to get rid of it because we do want to demonstrate like those loading spinners and stuff like that. But I'm going to create a function called extract data. And this will essentially do this, but this is now generic. So I can just call this a promise. And so I want to await some promise. And I'll make this an async function. And now we can get into generics, because this is a promise that resolves to a specific type. So I can say that this is a promise that resolves to type T. And then I can make this, I believe, a type argument right there. And it's actually not just a promise that resolves to type T. This is an Axios response, specifically of type T. And after TypeScript kicks in, now we actually have some type completion, and it should tell us that data is of type T. So this extract data function takes in an Axios response that returns of type T, and then returns specifically the data property. So now I can refactor this to just say return extract data with that. And then I did something wrong. Argument of type promise Axios response. Oh, I see. Yeah. So I forgot to wrap it one more time. So we get a Axios response, but it is wrapped in a promise like this because we're specifically awaiting that thing. Cool. That's what I wanted to see. But now we can do the little timeout feature in one spot like this. Do that there. Let's bring it down to 2 seconds. And then now I can refactor this one to just say extract data. So return extract data with that specific function call. Like that. Cool. So this is nice and clean. And now I have this code here that specifically extracts it out. And then for now is just like waiting for 2 seconds before it does specific things. Cool. That's awesome. Let's work on a little bit of styling. So I don't like that these cards are all like so close together. So if we look on the home page, let's see if we can give this a little bit of margin. So if we specify the, what was it, the SX property, we should get access to various CSS properties. And hey, Austin Gill, thank you very much for the raid. We're getting lots of raids today. What were you working on? Bun versus Node. How did it work out? Hey, what's up, Rugmat? Welcome in. Who won? I mean, it's probably Bun. It depends on what you were trying to do with it, I guess. Okay, so right here on this card, I want to specify margin. I'm going to do like just a little bit of margin, like 0.5 rem. Run my reformatter. Give it a second. My editor is really struggling today. Oh, I see. I've specified 2 different SX properties, so I actually do want to define this on this one. Now, let's see what we get. Nice! this app is coming along. So now we have these cards. They have a little bit of spacing between them. And so that looks good to me. I think the last thing I want to do is I want to put this edit button on the right here. So let's figure out how we would do that. I'm going to look in the the UI docs for card. And there are card actions. I believe there's probably a way to put the card action on the... Oh, that's interesting. I want the card action to be on the right. I might just have to put it in a little flex box. I think that's what we'll do. So very similar to how I put a little grid here with container justify content flex end. This is really what we want on this specific button right here. So we won't have any margin, but we'll do this, which will push that button to the right side. Like that. Give it a second. I think I've really messed some stuff up now. Yeah, I forgot how to close my JSX elements. I put the slash on the wrong side. But that should be good. And now, yeah, we have these nice little edit buttons on the right-hand side. So that looks good to me. Awesome. So next up, we'll make it so that you can click edit. That will go to a specific page for that to do, and we'll be able to modify it there. Yeah. And I guess technically we could reverse this array. So that way the newer item's at the top. Let's do that. So right now, the items are in the order of when they were created, but I actually want the latest ones at the top, because that'll make more sense from a user experience where they add something and then they see it at the top rather than having to scroll down on the page. So I'm actually just going to handle that in my API response. So I guess technically things get a little more complicated here, because I would want to get the to-dos with ID, and then when they resolve, do something like to-dos.reverse, like this. And so that way, when I do a find all, it will reverse the array. So now the most recently created items will be, or should be, at the top. Oh, I see. This gives me back the entire result. And then I actually want to do, or the entire response. And then I actually want to do response.data.reverse. And then I want to return the result from there. So because I did this refactoring, this code is like more complicated than it needs to be. But this is what I want. Give ESLint a second to catch up. So make the request, get back that full Axios response object, reverse the array, and then return the return the Axios response object, which in turn gets the data property extracted off of it. So now, let's see what we get. You know what? You're probably right, Kava. We should just do this with CSS. Because this got way too complicated. Yeah, we're going to do it with CSS. The only thing about that is I'm going to need another grid, but regardless. So right now, one thing I want to do is I want to reverse this list. And we're just going to do that with CSS. So right now, I have this map over the to-dos that's creating each of those cards. I'm going to wrap that in a grid of its own that will then just reverse the direction that the items are listed in. So we'll add ourselves a grid, move all of this inside of that grid, and then we can give this a flex direction. And in this case, we'll just specify Reverse. Reverse, reverse. That's not a valid option. Is it flex reverse? Oh, row reverse. So, and actually we want column reverse. So we need to say the flex direction is column because it goes down, and then reverse so that it goes in reverse. So now that didn't work. Try again. Yeah, we'll look at what actually gets generated here, but grid is essentially like a component that gives us a flexbox. So we get ourselves a grid. It should be flex column? It should be, no, I guess it was just flex direction, column reverse. Yeah, I mean, that's the first thing I did was I just reversed the API response, but it got weird. Not weird, it got a little more complicated because I did this refactoring. So we had to like .then it was a little awkward. With CSS, it should be simpler. I just gotta make sure I'm doing it right. Let me look up the docs for grid. It was just, yeah, the result reverse was just a little too convoluted because it's actually like a nested data property. I don't think do I need container on here? Yeah. Is that literally all that was it? UI grid container, which has display flex, flex wrap, flex direction, column reverse. That was it. Yeah, I mean so this is one thing that I wouldn't want. Yeah, so I see all you React developers in the chat. I see you. I see you doing this. Don't do that. That's gonna reverse it on every render. Which would like reverse. Yeah, don't do that. I mean, you could, and for a simple app like this, it probably wouldn't matter. But that would reverse the array on every single render. I don't want to do that. I think you're right about screen readers. I guess screen readers don't look at flex direction. I don't know. I'm gonna leave it like this. Well, I don't want to quickly edit it because I'm going to try to demonstrate routing and the fact that when I click edit, that's going to go to a new page and we edit it there. Obviously, for a simple app, it doesn't make as much sense, but the idea is you can take this basic app and expand upon it with your like more custom data, and especially if you're dealing with data with lots of fields, right? Right now, we literally have one field, content, but if you're dealing with movies, then you have title, poster, description, year released, all of that stuff, and that would make sense to have its own edit page. So that's why I'm doing it like this. Yeah, you're totally right. Okay. I believe I have an idea. A better idea. Because React Query accepts a transform function, and that is the place to do the reversing, is in the transform function. That's what we'll do. And also it'll demonstrate the transform function. So in the render function, and then select. That's what I want, so select. Query. And specifically, if we look at queries, does this have any documentation on select? API reference, use query, select. Cool. This is better and cooler, I agree. Okay. Let's look at it like this. No, I appreciate it, Austin Gill, because we do need to be thinking about accessibility. So we're going to test this app in a separate video because it'd be way too much if we're doing it all in this video. But when we test it, we're also going to be testing some accessibility. So I appreciate you for bringing it up. And we get to show this cool select thing. So one thing I want to do is I actually want to reverse the order of these to-dos. So right now they're in the order of when they were created, oldest to newest at the bottom. But it's a better user experience of if the user clicks add to do, the most recent one appears at the top. So we're going to handle that using the select option of our use query. So on our home page, this is where we're doing the find all query to get the full list. But we can also pass in an object, and that can have a selector function. And select specifically takes in the data. Data is going to be of type to do with ID array, right? And then we can decide what we want to do with that. In this case, I'm actually just going to make a copy of the array and then reverse it. And then this will look a little bit more like that. And then why is this complaining? Oh yeah, so data is defined up here. I have to give it a different variable name. Let's call this to-dos, because that's literally what they are. So to-dos.slice with no arguments creates a copy. You could also spread the array. There's a lot of ways to do it. I'm just making a copy, and then I'm reversing it, because reverse actually modifies the data in place. But what's nice about this is now after React Query gets that data back, it's going to run it through this function to transform it. But that only happens once. It only happens after the data comes back. If there is a re-render or anything like that, it doesn't have to re-reverse it. It's already cached as the reversed array. So now that we've done that, you can see that the most recent one is at the top of the list. So let's also do learn selecting. And then we submit that. And when it's done, it should appear at the top of the list. And it does. Very good. I don't know, Kava. You might want, I don't know. It's tricky because you probably, the issue with putting the newest ones at the bottom is that the user then has to scroll down to even see that it worked. Whereas this is like very clearly the one that just happened. I don't know. Fix the width of the input. Are you saying because the button extends a little bit? Is that what you're saying, Revolt? Make the items draggable. This data is not accessible by, it's accessible by other things inside of our React app. So what I'm going to show you now is we're going to create a page. So when I click edit, that's going to go to a completely separate page. And that's going to make a request for a single to-do. Like technically other components in our app could use this exact same query. Like if we copy pasted this code into some other component, the nice thing is unless the find all has been invalidated, it won't make a second request. So if you had some other component that needed this data, you would it would be a copy paste, but at the end of the day, you're basically accessing that from the React Query store, essentially the React Query cache. But if no other code has run an invalidation, then any component that requests that data is going to get the cache data. It won't make another request. Yeah. The margin of the container. Let's see. So we have a text field. It doesn't have any custom styles. The grid has a margin. gonna make it just top margin. So a quick nitpick, if you are the person that cares about this kind of thing, you probably saw it as well. There's a little bit of space between the button and the side of the input, so let's fix that. Right now, our button is wrapped in a container that has margin around it. Instead, let's just add top margin, because that's really what we care about. We care about the spacing above the button. So if I change that to top margin, or sorry, margin top, if I know how to write CSS, margin top, now the button is lined up, but there's a little bit of spacing between the button and the input. Yep, Shaw, this can replace something like Redux, and that's why a lot of people, like you would ask the question, like, do I even need something like Redux anymore? And if the majority of your app is data fetching, probably not. You could just use React Query for all of your querying stuff, and then anything that you still kind of need global state for, like maybe like user state or login state or something like that, you could just use the context API, because you're not using a ton of it, just a little bit for the stuff that needs to be global, and then everything else that's API request is handled by React Query. Okay, I've been streaming for almost 6 hours, but we're gonna keep going. I think we're close, because we'll do the get one, update one will be easy, and then delete one will be easy. So we're making moves. I can contest React Query takes a lot of state management pain away. Yeah, cool. Whew, whew, whew. Look at all these to-dos, though. Isn't this cool? We're making a top tier to-do app. Okay. But we're gonna need to refactor though, because this, well, maybe not. We'll probably create just like a custom component. I think I've never used SWR. So SWR is state while revalidate. It's a very similar concept. And I do believe React Query is the more popular of the two. But they both work in a very similar way. I mean, SWR might be doing cooler things. I personally don't know. You'd have to look up a comparison between SWR and React Query. I just know that React Query is a bit more popular. And then we showed that React Query doesn't care how you make your API requests. It really just is a wrapper around promises. We are using Axios, but you could use fetch. At the end of the day, when you make a query, it just accepts a function that returns a promise. It doesn't have any opinions about Axios or fetch or anything like that. I hear that, Stony, but honestly, Redux is there's just so much boilerplate, and there's so many files, and I guess they probably introduced the Redux hooks, so there's less prop drilling. But I don't know. Anytime I use Redux in an app, it was super cumbersome. Yeah. Oh, sure. Yeah. So that's something else to think about, which what Zyrus is saying. If this was a multi-user application, there are other things to take into account, right? Like if two different users could add a to-do at the same time, how does one page know that it should refresh the list when some user across the planet added a to-do? There's no way to do that unless you have something like WebSockets, because WebSockets would be a persistent connection to the server, and the server could alert all of the clients to say, hey, we have new data, so you should refresh your list. But essentially what you would do is you would have some sort of WebSocket event where inside of there you could say, if new data was created inside of that event, invalidate the query. And so it could be listening for when new stuff is created and then invalidating it. We are not handling that here, and there are no WebSockets. This is just really right now it's kind of like a single user app. Technically, two users could add something, but the other user wouldn't see it until they refresh the page or until they added something of their own. Yeah. Yeah, I understand that, Stony, for sure. Yeah, you could use TRPC instead, and like TRPC actually includes, like, if you use React TRPC, it's a wrapper on top of React Query. So you would just use that instead. Look at version 10. Usage with React. So you add the client, and then you get these hooks. Create TRPC React, and then, well, actually, yeah, this kind of like mixes the two. So you use TRPC client, but then you also pull in from React Query. But you'll see in your components, you don't have to do like use query, like from React Query. You use query from TRPC itself, and under the hood, that is like a wrapper around React Query. Version 9, I think, is similar. Yeah. Version 10 allows you to do like the dot notation. This is just a little bit different because you're doing that. But you can see that the way we're passing in data here is very similar to React Query. Cool. I'm tired. I want to finish this though, because then I want to edit it. Oh man. Okay, let's keep going. Keep moving. Get one. All right, here we go. So next up, I want to create a page for each one of these to-dos. Now, this is a fairly simple app. We could make it so that we're actually like modifying and editing these to-dos in line, but I want a separate page because if your app is more complex and your API items have more properties, it would make sense to have their own dedicated like edit page or view page. So when I click on edit, I want that to take me to a separate page that loads that to do individually and then allows me to modify the text and also mark it as done or even delete it. So let's get that set up. So first off, I need a new page. So I'm going to call this todo.tsx. So this is going to list one specific to-do. We're going to export a function, to-do. For now, we're just going to return a little h2 that says to-do page, like this. And now we need to add a route for this. So in my app.tsx is where I have all of my routes set up right here. So what I want is a route where the path is /todo/some specific ID. And for that, I want to load the to-do component. So we're going to load in, import in to-do from pages/to-do. So now I should have a new route. Okay, now I should have a new route that if I have the path /to-do/some ID, that will load one specific to-do. So now on the specific to-do items, this edit button, I actually want to be a link to the single to-do page. So I believe button has a component option. Yeah, link component. And I'm going to tell it that it should use link from React Router DOM. So if I import this from React Router DOM, now I get a button, but under the hood, it is of type link. So that looks good there. And then that would allow me to have a to property. Like /to-do/some ID. Let's run the linter. I might need to specify this differently. Yeah, so it'll render as an anchor but look like a button. That's the idea here. I need to go to the docs because this is not how it's done. The component used to render the link when the href. Oh, so I have to specify href. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let's see if this. So let's see if this works. So, I specified that I want it to be a link component because we're going to be linking to a specific route. And then I don't know if the href has overlap with the to property, but we'll see. But essentially, what I want is I want a parameterized route now. So to do slash some ID, and then that ID actually comes from to do dot underscore ID, like that. So this should create a link, and actually there's way too much going on here. So this should actually be href equals this, and then I'll run my linter. Here we go. So href is a string that is to do slash this specific to do's ID. So I'll save that, and now if we refresh, can't access property path name to is undefined. Yeah, that's what made me think I needed to actually do to right here. But I might be able to... Maybe I can render it. Let me see if I can render it like this. Like this gets maybe access to children. And then does something like link with children. And then the to-do property is specified right there. I'm curious why I can't find any other documentation on this. UI link component. Component link They might have changed their API though, where it's like, oh, that's what I wanted. Okay, let's see if this works, but then I'll rewrite it. Yeah, and so now you can see down there, when I hover over, that takes me to a specific to-do. Great. That's what I want to see. Let me rewrite this live so I can talk about it. So what I want to do is I want to turn this button into an actual link so that when I click on it, it goes to that specific to-dos page. So the button component inside of Material UI has a prop on it called component, where you can tell it what component it should be. In this case, I want it to be a link component, and link comes from React Router DOM. So I'm specifically using that React Router DOM link component, and then now I can specify the to property, which is provided by the link component. So I specifically want to be a string that has to-do slash this specific to-do's ID, like that. And so now this will render, it'll look like a button, but it's actually a link, and it is linking to that specific to-do page. So if I save that, now when I hover over the edit button, you can see in the bottom left that it is linking to that specific page. And then if I click on it, it loads that specific page with the to-do ID in the URL. So now what I want to do is on the to-do page, when the page loads, I actually want to get access to that ID in the URL. And then here I can make an API request to get that one specific to-do. So let's do that right now. So in to-do, I need to get access to the params. And this is specific to React Router. So we import use params from React Router DOM. And then params will be an object that gives us access to things like ID. So when we defined our routes over here in our app, we specifically did :id, and so now params will have a property called id that we can get access to. And for now, I'm just going to log out those params so we can see it. And we can see that when this page loads, we get an object that has an ID property that has that value from the URL. So specifically on this page, we want a query, but we're going to be querying for one single to-do with that given ID. So this is going to be similar to how we were querying before for all of the to-dos, but in this case, we want to find one. So I'm going to copy this query, and we'll update it because this actually is returning a to-do with ID, a single one, not an array of them, but one single one. And then we will create a function called findOne that will request one single one. And then we don't need a selector or anything. Let's format that. Let's pull in to-do with ID and API error. That here, and then we specifically are going to import findOne, but we have to define that. So if we go over to our API file, I'm going to create another function called findOne. This will take in ID, which is a string, and then we want to throw that ID on the URL. So this is going to make a GET request to our API. That API will return a to-do with ID. And specifically, we want to go to /that ID. So it'll make a GET request to to-dos / that specific ID. And we've written our API to work that way, so it should return one specific ID. So that should be good. And yeah, this needs an ID, so I actually do want to pass in params.id. Now, this might complain, yeah, because params, we haven't given it a type. Right now, it doesn't know what properties that it can have. So I actually do want to create an interface for these params to tell it that, hey, it should have an ID property. So I'm going to create an interface called to-do page props. And then it just has ID, which is a string. But now, use params is a generic hook, so I can actually pass in that it should be this type. And now we get access to ID, which is possibly undefined. My dog is scratching the floor. You can probably hear it. Let's see what this is doing. And he stopped. Great. let me rewrite that. But I do believe this actually wants it to extend record of string undefined. Like that. Oh, and then use query isn't in here. There's a lot wrong with what I'm doing here. Let me fix that. And then type string or undefined. Yeah, I guess this could be, it's possible that this is, it's possibly undefined. So that's good. And then this, if you didn't specify it, we'll still make a request, but then that would actually return a 404. So that's actually what we want here. So if ID was not specified in the URL, which it always will be, but if it's not, then set the ID as not found, which actually would just return a not found error. Oh yeah, that's a good, thank you, Kavak. Yeah, I'll actually, that makes sense here, because if we want to invalidate it, we're invalidating this one specific to-do. Cool. All right, back to this, and then we'll explain it again. I don't even know where I was talking about this at. I'll figure out a way to edit it. So params has that ID property, and that's actually what we want to pass in here. So params.id. Also, whenever we're defining basically how we identify this query, we want to pass in params.id as well, because if we want to invalidate this later, we can invalidate by specific ID. So for example, if this to-do is updated, we want to invalidate by ID, so that way React query will refetch this one specific to-do. We have a few errors. So right now, use query isn't in here. Let's make sure we add that import. And then right now, params doesn't have a type. So let's create an interface for that. So essentially, we're going to create an interface called like to-do page props that describes that it should have an ID property that is of type string. But technically, ID could be undefined, so we'll make it optional. And then specifically when you're passing a type into use params, you have to make sure that this extends a record string. So if you've never seen the record type, actually it should be record string or undefined. But this is essentially describing an object, because an object has keys that are strings and values that are of some type. In this case, we're saying this is an object with keys that are strings and values that are either strings or undefined. But now I can take this interface and then use it as a type parameter to use params. So now that I've done that, params gets some type completion. And so if I do params dot, we can see we get access to that ID property. Though it could be undefined, so we have to, in this case, pass in a default value. And here I'm just going to pass in not found. So if you somehow made it to this page without a to-do ID, it should just show a not found error anyways. But it shouldn't be possible to get to this page without a to-do ID. So that's it. So now when this page loads, it is going to make a request for that specific ID, or for that specific to-do with the specific ID in the URL. I am actually going to do a whole lot of copy pasting. So I'm going to copy from my home component and then modify a few things, because I want a similar layout. Basically, I want like the error message at the top. I want to see that loading state. So I'm going to copy all of this and then delete a bunch of stuff. So if we go back over to the to-do page, now this will look like this. And then let's get rid of some stuff. So I definitely want to handle if there was an error, so that'll show like not found. We don't need the to-do form. I want to show progress if we are loading or we are fetching. And then I just want to show a card with that one specific to-do. So if we're not loading and we're not fetching, show the card. And now we're missing a bunch of imports. So we need grid from UI grid. We need alert from UI alert. We need circular progress from UI circular progress. Same thing with card. Card content. Typography. And then card actions, and button. But button will change in a second. Let's just make sure we have all of these imports. Cool. So we have all these components that we need. We show an error if there was an API error. We show loading if there was loading. And now we'll use that data on the card itself. So it's no longer to-do. In this case, it's our data property. So data is a to-do with ID. So in this case, I want this just to be data. And then right here, this will be data.content. And for now, I'm just going to change this button to say like remove to do or something like that. We'll have to update what that does. But data is undefined when the page loads. So I'm actually just going to add another qualifier here. So if we're not loading and we're not fetching and data is defined, then actually load this card. So we're handling the loading state, we're handling the error state, all that good stuff. So now we should actually just see a card. Great. So if I refresh this page, you can see it's to-do/ID, and then it loads that one specific to-do. I am going to make this title a link so that I can actually go back to the home page. So let's do that. If we go to app, right now we have this React CRUD client. I think I'm going to make this a button. And then let's see what that gives us. I'll need to import button. It's taking up the whole width. Let me see what happens if I do this. Yeah, and then we can change the button type. Make the component a link, all that good stuff. Ooh, let's do an outlined button. Is that weird? That's kind of weird. I mean, if we don't put it in the nav bar, then we could just put like a, I don't know, there are breadcrumbs. Let's see. We could do breadcrumbs that just says home, like this. And then we can click to go home. Let's see what that looks like. I don't want just a link, though. Let's see what this looks like. So on our app, right below the nav bar, no, this would be on specifically on the to-do page. Like at the top of the page, here is where we would do something like that. And then, so we just say home. So, want to add link from React Router DOM. Let's see, where do we find home icon? It'll be from material icons. I don't know if we installed that dependency. I guess we did. And then breadcrumbs. Home. All right, let's see what that looks like. It looks ugly. I mean, honestly, it's not horrible. I just want to change the color of visited links. I guess I'm not opposed to that. I mean, you all tell me, is that a bad color? Is that color too weird? Bad. Yeah, no worries, Murdoch. Thanks for dropping in. Not enough contrast. That's just like the default theme too. I think we can change. Let's see. Not that theme specifically. We want customization, theming, palette? I could do color inherit. That might be what we want. Oh wait, but that's a React DOM link, not a Material UI link. Watching React on a 75-inch TV. Yeah, we could specify the color. I guess just set it to white. But I would want it to use the themed color. And link specifically is from... All right, I think I can bring in both links. So if I bring in link from, well, not that, from material link, and let's call this MUI link. Now, I could probably do MUI link component is link, and then color is inherit. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. So now I can click that. I mean, like technically, we probably want some color, not the main color. Welcome in, Mucha. Glad to have you. Yeah, that's way better. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's what we'll do. And I'm not going to code that all from scratch. I'm going to just paste it in and talk through what I did. So now I want to link back to the home page because right now there's like no way to get back home. I guess I could press the back button, but I want to have a persistent like home link right there. So right inside the grid here on the to-do page, I'm going to add a component called breadcrumbs. And Yaneki1820, thank you for the 3 months. Notifications don't work. Catch myself. thanks for dropping in. So I'm going to add breadcrumbs. So breadcrumbs come from Material UI. And then we're also going to use a link specifically from Material UI to link back to the home page. And then we're also using home icon from Material Icons that we installed earlier. So you can see that we have two different links. Capital L link from React Router DOM is how we link to specific routes. And then a MUI link, I mean, I'm importing it from Material UI, but I can call it whatever I want. That is the link provided by Material UI that gives me the options of styling and stuff like that. So I'm using those two together, and then I'm pulling in that home icon as well. And then breadcrumbs is just a nice way of creating multiple links. In this case, there's only one link, but if I was multiple levels deep, it would make sense to have breadcrumbs as well. So now with that, we get this nice little home button. So we can go back to the home page. We can click on edit, and then that will load that one specific one, which is great. Okay. So that's loading one. I'm actually gonna power through this. Like, I'm not even gonna allow you to edit the text of the to-do. In this case, I'm just gonna allow you to mark it as done. That's what I'm gonna do. So now on the single to-do page, I want a button that will let you mark this to-do as done. And that when you click that button, it'll essentially need to make a put request to the backend that marks the done property as true, or toggles it. So if it was true, it's false, and if it was false, it was true. So I'm going to add a button here, and then when I click that, I want to call a mutation. So right here on the card, in these card actions, I'm actually going to do justify content space between, so that way I can have two buttons, one on opposite ends. And so we have the remove to do button, but we also have the toggle done button. Let's see what that gives us. Cool. And so when I click that, I want that to actually make an API request to then mark this as done. And so if you remember when we created a to-do, that was a mutation. Same idea here, but we want a mutation that makes a put request. So I'm going to go back over to my form where I was making this mutation to create a to-do, and we're going to copy it because now I want to be able to update it. So I'm going to copy that query, and then inside of this component, we will create this mutation. We're going to have to modify some things because these property names that we're destructuring have some overlap. I'm actually not going to destructure them. I'm just going to call this mutation, so that way I can reference it directly if I need to. And so let's think about what this mutation does. So it will specifically call update one, and it's going to update it with where the content is data.content, and done is the opposite of data.done. So the opposite here. And this will accept a, let's see, it'll accept a to-do, not with an ID, just a to-do. We don't have to worry about the return type. And we will also pass in the ID. So we're going to pass in two arguments. We're going to pass in the ID, which is data.id, and we pass in the actual thing that we're going to be updating. And so we need to pull use mutation in from React query, and then we need to pull in this to-do type from our types file. But that's unfortunate because this type overlaps with the name of our function. I'm actually just going to rename this to to-do page, and so that way those two don't interfere. Great. At this point, we need to create an update one function in our API file. So if we go over here to our API, I'm going to export an async function called update one. It takes in an ID, which is a string, and it then makes a put request and should get back a to-do with ID. So it's making a put request to /ID, and we're passing in the specific updates. So this takes a to-do, which is of type to-do, like that. So put request to /id with the specific to-do that we're updating. And then that will return a to-do with ID. So that's good to go for update 1. Let's fix this use mutation. See what it's saying. Oh. What did we copy? We have the function on success. There we go. I had some errors in my formatting, but update 1, we need to make sure that we import from our API as well. So now we have access to that. And now this is complaining about the data that we're passing to update 1. So I do know that data is going to be the specific to-do for this page, and that's why we can use its ID. In this case, I need to toString the ID. That should fix that error. And then this is complaining because data is possibly undefined. Cool. And then this is complaining because the function that I defined in our API only takes in an ID of type string. But here, technically, if data is not defined, then this technically could take in undefined. So I'm actually going to do a similar thing that we did in the find one, where if this isn't defined, the ID is just not found. Great. So this gives us this mutation object, and then we will have specifically the mutate function that we can call if we need to make the update here. And what we should do when we have successfully updated is we should invalidate this find one query. Because if we just updated it, we need to let React Query know. It should remove that single to-do from the cache and then re-request it so that it has the latest data. So actually now I'm going to say invalidate queries, specifically find one with that ID. I also need to bring in query client. So right at the top here, I'll say query client is use query client, like this. Let's give it a second. We got a bunch of type errors they should resolve. Yeah, and then this is another thing. I think I'm just gonna wrap this in an if statement. So I don't like all these like question marks and such, but really I should only allow you to mutate if data is loaded. So if data is loaded, then we can do all of this, and then we don't have to worry about all of that like weird optional stuff. So let's do this. And this should be an async function. Like that. Why is this complaining? Oh, that needs a semicolon. It's not assignable to parameter of type mutation key. I'm gonna cheat and see how I wrote this before. Okay. to-do page. Oh, I see. I have the to-do item in its own little component that does the fetching there. This is the update one mutation. This takes in to-dos with updates, calls update one. Yeah, I guess we'll write it that way. The thing is, I'm going to have to re-talk about all of this. So this is a to-do with ID, which is of type to-do with ID. Do it like this, and then this becomes ID, content, done. And then I don't have to do that weird undefined thing. That's the ticket. Okay, I'm gonna write this from scratch. And I'm not going to copy paste. I will just write it all out. I have to redefine that. I don't want to come back tomorrow. I want to finish it, and like, I am very tired, but we can do this. Because it's really just update one mutation and then delete one mutation, and then we're done. But we'll go from here. I'm already cutting features. No, I mean, technically, I didn't implement editing the to-do content in my dry run. I only implemented toggling it as done. So now let's make this button work. Essentially, when I click it, we need to make a put request to the API that toggles the done property of the to-do. So for that, we need another mutation. So right here, I'm going to say the mutation mutation is use mutation. And this comes from React query, so we'll import that in. And then this will accept the function that it needs to call when we're doing this mutation. So specifically, this is going to be a function that takes in a to-do with ID that is of type to-do with ID. And then this will just call update one, which we'll have to define inside of our API file. Update one is going to take in the ID of the element we want to update. So we'll do to-do with ID.id, and then it's going to take in just a to-do without ID. So the content in this case will be to-do with ID.content, and done will just be the opposite of that. So we'll say to-do with ID.done, not that. So if it was done, mark it not done, and if it wasn't done, mark it done. So that should be good. Let me just run my linter. Awesome. Now we need to define update one. So update one is going to come from our API, and then inside of our API, it'll look a little bit like this. So we'll have a function called update one, takes in the ID of the thing that we're updating. It also takes in the specific to-do that we're updating. the element with content and done. This will be a put request that's going to receive a to-do with ID from our API. It goes against the URL to-dos / this specific ID, and then we are sending that to-do object as the updates. So this will update 1. So that looks good to me. And so now over here, whenever we call this, it will invoke update 1 and make the put request against the API. I do believe I need to do like a toString here, just to make sure that we're passing in the string value. That looks good. Okay, so now I have this mutation, and now we want to call it. So what I'll do is we'll have an onClick handler for toggle done. So pretty simple. We'll just say onClick. Inside of here, we'll say mutation.mutate. So this specifically gives us access to the mutate function, which we should get type completion accepts a to-do with ID. So in this case, we just want to pass in data. And we could, and basically this button only renders if data is defined, so we can do that. So essentially, we pass in our to-do that we have. Our mutation then makes the function call with the done property toggled, and then we should be good to go from there. Right now, let's just show a check mark next to the text of the to-do if the to-do is done. So if data.done, then we just want a little emoji checkbox like that. So if it's done, show a checkbox. If it's not, don't show a checkbox. Now, the next thing we need to do is we need to invalidate the cache. So if we update one specific to-do, then we actually have 2 invalidations to make. The single to-do that we found before now needs to be invalidated, so we re-request it. And then the list of to-dos needs to be invalidated as well, because that one to-do should have an updated property inside of it. Similar to before, we should be able to pass in an object with an onSuccess function. And then inside of here, we can actually invalidate the queries. So we need to pull in the query client. So I'll say query client is use query client from React query. And then right here on success, I can say query client.invalidate queries. Specifically, we want to invalidate the find one query with this specific ID. So I'm just going to pass that in. And this gives you a better idea of what that second argument is for. Like, if for whatever reason we had multiple finds happening in our app, the only one we want to invalidate is the one that has this ID. So that's why we do that. And then we also want to invalidate find all. Because if we updated this one, it should... what did I want to say? Because if we update this one in the array of, or the list of all of the elements, it should be updated as well because the done property has changed. So let me run my linter. That looks good. And we can try it. So now when I click this button, it should make an API request. I guess the one issue here is we are not using the loading state of the mutation. I want to use that as well before we see it happen. So right now, I have is loading or is fetching. I also want mutation dot is loading. So if the mutation is happening, then it actually should show the loading spinner as well. Cool. So I'm going to click toggle done, and then nothing happens. Let me refresh the page. I'll click toggle done. We now see that the component is loading. We invalidated the cache, and then now it refetched it, and now we can see that it's actually done. And then if I toggle it again, you can see that that's loading. And then it refreshed it, and we have the latest value. Now that I think about it, though, this mutation.loading, I think makes sense to actually just put on the toggle done button. So right here, if we actually use a loading button like that, I think it would make sense to have the loading property be mutation.isLoading, because we click this button specifically, we see it loading like that. So Let me make sure that loading button came in from the right spot. Cool. So now if I click toggle done, you can see it's waiting, and then it invalidated the cache, which then refreshes the entire component. Great. And we should be able to see all of that happening here in the React Query Dev tool. So if I do toggle done, we should see that it's now fetching because it got invalidated, and then we have the latest value. Awesome. One thing I'll do just really quick, because we're not showing it on the home page, is I do want to show that checkbox if things are done. So I'm just going to copy what I have right here, and then on the home page, we should show the checkbox right there. So if something is done, show the checkbox on the home page. And in this case, it's to do. .done and to-do.content. Cool. So if I go in here to learn selecting, and then I toggle it as done, that's loading. We invalidate the cache, so now we have that one. And now if I go home, the cache was invalidated, so it needed to re-request it, and now we can see that it's done. Now that we see all of this loading state and stuff like that, I'm actually going to disable this timeout that we had here before to demonstrate things, and you'll see really how the app should behave if the API is fast enough. Like we don't need to see really long loading states like that. Like toggle done, it's instantaneous. Like we don't actually see the loading state. You would really only see the loading state if you're on a slower connection. And this is making requests to the API. So like this literally is making requests, getting the data back. Even this homepage has invalidated data. So when I click that, it invalidated the data so that it would load on the homepage as well. All right, our last feature is to be able to remove a to-do. So let's handle that. So on this page, when I click this button, that should do a mutation that deletes the to-do. We're on our way. We're on our way. The one thing is I want to refactor this card into like a to-do item component, because we're kind of repeating ourselves. But I don't know. Do I need to refactor that? I don't know. Let me just work on this. Delete one mutation. Okay, so we need another mutation. I'm actually going to rename this to be the update 1 mutation. Just so it doesn't interfere with the other mutation that we're going to create. So now we specifically need a delete 1 mutation. This is going to be use mutation. This is going to be fairly simple. It's just a function that takes in an ID, which is a string, and then specifically calls delete 1, which we'll have to define with that specific ID. And so now we need this delete 1 function to exist. So I'm going to import that from our API, and then we will define it. So it'll be similar. It'll be called delete 1. In this case, it only takes in the ID. We don't take any data, and it actually doesn't respond with anything. It just responds with a 200 status code if it was a successful deletion. So call delete with that ID. If that's successful, we should redirect back to the home page. So back over here, we have our mutation. We now want to handle the on success. Because on success, we technically want to invalidate find all. Actually, we want to invalidate find one too, but In this case, we won't, because we don't want the page after deleting it to try requesting it to get not found. We actually just want to invalidate the full list and then go back to the home page there. So delete one, and then on success, invalidate find all, and then we want to reroute to the home page. So I'll run my linter, and in order to change pages, we need to pull in navigate from React Router. So right here, I'm going to say navigate is use navigate. This specifically comes from React Router DOM, navigate, and that allows us to programmatically go to a page. So on success, invalidate that query and then navigate to home or to the slash route. So after deleting, it should redirect automatically back to the home page. So now we can use that mutation. And very similar to how we had a click handler on the toggle done button, we're going to have a similar button that is for remove to do. And this will call the delete one mutation. Well, we'll use the isLoading property of it. And then this specifically needs to call delete one mutation with data.id. So specifically, and TypeScript is helping me out there, underscore ID. So delete that one specific to do with that ID. And I do need to toString this. So that should call the deletion. We're going to see this little button spinning, and then when the deletion is done, we should get redirected back to the home page. Find all would have been invalidated, and so we should see that removed from the list. Let's try it out. So I'll click remove to do. It redirected us back to the home page and then invalidate the query. So I can just go through and remove all of these. Remove, remove, remove. Toggle done, home, edit, remove. Great. We have a fully working CRUD client. Oh, you're totally right, Damon. It responds with a 204. You're right. I'll just cut that out. I just won't even mention it. Oh, no, I'm not going to add WebSockets. It doesn't make sense for this app. This app is basically all about creating a React client that's talking to a RESTful API that has endpoints like this. That's the main point of this tutorial. Okay, at this point, I kind of do want to refactor this whole card right here into a single to-do component. Do I, though? What are we looking like? We have the form. We could have the to-do item. And then on the home page, this is repeating over the items. And then it has the buttons. Yeah, I'm going to refactor it. It should be easy enough. So at this point, we have a fully functioning app. I'm just going to do a little bit of refactoring because we do have some duplication. So if you look on the home page, we have this card that represents the to-do, and that's very similar to the card we have on the single to-do page. The only difference are the buttons that we're showing. Excuse me. So we'll refactor this to the to-do item component and then conditionally render the buttons depending on how we're using it. So let's create ourselves a nice little component right here called to-do item.tsx. I want to make sure that's in the to-dos folder. And then now to-do item, we'll export a function. And it specifically will take in the to-do that it needs to render. And then we can do all of this, like that. And so right here in this map, we can just do to-do item, and we'll say to-do is this specific to-do, like that. We also would want to specify the key right here, which is to-do.id.toString. Cool. And then to do item will return a render function that has this. Of course, we need to fix all of the imports and everything else, and I'll run the linter there. Great. So to do item specifically needs to import, be imported from the components folder. So let's grab that. So we'll import to do item from, like that. And then all of these other things we need to pull into the to-do item component. So over here, we'll add those as an import. Let TypeScript figure out its thing. And now we need to define some props. Yeah, so Lizomi, what's up, Lizomi? Thanks for being here. Saying, why are you not using ES6 syntax for this component here? And it actually comes in when we're adding the TypeScript types, because it's a bit easier to define the TypeScript type when you write the function this way versus whenever you define it with as like a const arrow function. So specifically, we want an interface called to-do item props, and this is an object that will have a to-do on it, and to-do will be of type to-do. We need to import to-do from our types, so we'll import to-do from @/types, and actually this needs to be a to-do with ID. So to do with ID like that. But the nice thing about this is the way I type this is I can literally just say this is of that type. Whereas if I wrote it as an arrow function, I'd have to say to do item. I guess technically I could do it like this. Like let's see what we get here. Yeah, and then also my linter specifically wants me to define my components that way. You can see that when I do that, my linter is complaining. It really is just a style preference. I would say, in general, just because ES6 functions exist doesn't mean you should use them everywhere. They make a lot of sense for anonymous functions. So like an example is like in a map. It totally makes sense to use a little arrow function here. But in other scenarios, the style here is to actually use a full function. But it's just a style preference, and I kind of like it. I feel like sometimes when you're defining a function with like a const and an arrow function, you do have to kind of jump through hoops to figure out like how to export it. I think that's another thing is I don't think you can do export const thing. I believe this is a syntax error, and so then you have to export it separately. I can disable the ESLint like that. And then function component is not a function declaration. And then that, and then that. I guess you can do this. I don't know. But I think that's my main take on it is just don't use ES6 function. Don't use arrow functions everywhere. There's a time and a place for arrow functions. Oh, that's probably what I'm thinking of. Is you can't export default. That's fine. Okay. So we've refactored to this separate component here, and we're using that here. But another prop that I want is whether or not we are editing the to-do. So edit will be a Boolean. And if edit is true, we will show the edit buttons. But if it's not true, we want to show the link. So basically what we'll do is say, if editing is true, show both buttons. If it's not true, only show a single button like this. And so edit will be optional. So by default, it's false. And then now we can go in and grab these two buttons that we had on the single to-do page. So if we grab those two, throw them right here. We do need to import that loading button. We'll find that here. And so on the to-do item, we need to specifically import that loading button. So that'll look good. Edit is not required, but has no default corresponding default prop. Do it like that. We'll have to work on that type. But that specifically, we have the loading button, and now actually changed my mind. We're going back. We're going back because I actually just want to render a custom child right there. The card actions will be a custom child. That's what we'll do. Okay. So this refactor looks good. We've pulled that card into its own separate component. But now I actually want to parameterize this card actions section, because that's the main difference between the card on the home page versus the card on the single to-do page, is they have different buttons. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take in children. So this actually lets us render custom stuff depending on where the thing is being rendered. And I'm going to put those children right there. And then now, when I use this component on the home page, I actually want to pass in the children like so. So on the home page, when I render the to-do item, the children is going to show it as just a single grid with justify content flex end and that single button. I now need to bring these back over here, so I need to import button. I need to import link from React Router DOM. Let's see if it can find it automatically. Yeah, like that. And then now I should be able to fix all auto-fixable problems. I have to update the type. Yeah, this is where I'm going to have to say that this returns a React functional component. So I can do React.functional component of type to do item props. I think that should get it going. Well, I don't think I have to manually put children on there. I guess maybe I do. I'm so used to defining it without that, because because it's a React component, it should just accept it. Okay, I'll update that. Yeah. I guess I'll do it as a React node. I guess. So here's actually a scenario where writing it as an arrow function would make it so that I don't have to do that. So if I do to do item is of type React FC with to do item props, then that automatically gives me children in here. Without errors. But there's not really a way to define this type on the function. so I have to do it the other way. So why are there so many errors? What's up, Skycan? Welcome in. So now that we're pulling in children, I do have to define that type here on my interface. So I'll say children is of type React node. So children is React.React node. And now it should know that I should be able to render those here. Let's run my linter. Good to go. But now, over on the home page, I can actually render out that specific grid inside of the to-do item, and that will be the children. So I think we need one more. Yeah, like that. So now I'm rendering to-do item, and I'm specifically passing in this grid, and this grid is the children. That is what I'm going to render inside of the card actions. So that should be good to go. Cool. But now I should be able to reuse this to-do item component inside of my to-do page, because right now the to-do page, it has all the rest of that stuff. It has the card and the card content, but really I just want to use to-do item and then render my custom grid there with the 2 buttons. So let's do that. So basically I can take that grid out. I can replace this entire card with a to-do item. I should get that auto import. And then now specify the children there, and then specify to do as the data. So if I fix that, and TypeScript took a second to catch up, but we're good to go. So now I'm reusing that to do item component. Yeah, so that got imported there. And I'm specifying that the buttons should render differently. So let's actually see it in action. Yeah, so if you're from the Vue.js world, this is the same thing as slots. So on the home page here, let's say like learn TypeScript, submit that gets added, and then you can see it's rendering here with the edit button. But then when we go to the single to-do page, it's rendering that same component, but we passed in different children here. So we can toggle it as done. We can go back home, see that it's done. We can edit it. We can remove it. Good to go. All right. This is so much code. One more thing is inside of this to-do component, we can get rid of all those unnecessary imports, because now all of that is handled from the to-do item component. So I'll remove those unnecessary imports, and that should be good to go. Yeah. What do you mean, Hushu? You totally understood something else? All right. And Stack the Pile, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. I am exhausted. I'm actually going to leave very soon, but I appreciate that raid. What were you working on? Aventura conversacional en el chat. Awesome. I don't speak Spanish very well. Yeah. Oh, when I said slots. Yeah. So yeah, if you're in Vue.js, they call them slots, but it's the same thing as like React children. Basically, you're saying that right there is basically like it's a parameter. It's a nested element parameter that we can specify to be whatever we want. And so now this component is much more reusable, because in certain cases I want to specify certain buttons, and in other cases I want to specify other buttons. Yeah. I think I'm going to end it there. I'm trying to figure out if there's anything else that I want to talk about. I mean, we covered a lot. We covered so much. API functions, React query, material UI. I think that's it. I think that's it. I'm gonna do an outro. I'm gonna go eat some lunch because I haven't eaten lunch today. It's already 6:30 p.m. So that's all for this video. We essentially built a React client that's communicating with the backend API, but with lots of other libraries as well, including React Query, Material UI, and let me think of something better to say. Oh, you're doing a chatbot. Very cool. Very cool. Yeah, React Query, actually, honestly, just rewind the stream. I'm so tired. I'm so tired. I'll link you to the site, though. But basically, I'll show you the one use case where it's, I'll show you in our code that we wrote, where it's really useful. So when you're doing asynchronous things in React, you typically want to know, is it loading? Was there an error? You want to get back the actual data. React Query handles that for you. So you get this use query hook. You pass in a function that returns a promise, and it does all of the wrapping for you. So it keeps track of whether or not that promise is loading, whether or not there was an error, and then it actually keeps track of the data that came back. So that's awesome. Also, it does caching. So if multiple components in your app all need data from the same API endpoint, if they all use the query in this way, they're actually just going to share that API response until some other component in your app does an invalidation. So if some other component invalidates a query, everywhere else that was dependent on that data will get the refetched data. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much for watching. Hopefully you learned a little something in this video. Oh, come on. What do I want to say here? I'll push the code up to GitHub so I can point at it. Yeah, so I'm about to push it all up. Look at all that code. And, oh, Minster, thank you for the Prime. Yeah, my brain is all out of battery. But I finished. It's good enough. Yeah, it's good enough. Like I said, it's good enough. Cool. Added a thing or two. Added React.js client. Yeah, so I'll link this. So specifically, this folder is the one that has all of the code that we wrote today. Thank you so much for watching this video. If you want to take a look at the code, you can click the link in the description. Essentially, it's on this Intro to TypeScript GitHub repo, and there's a branch called Examples. Inside of there, there's an Examples folder, and then we have our React.js client. So this is all of the code that we wrote today. Hopefully, you learned something. If you enjoyed this video, I want to talk about the thanks button, because this is something that I never talk about. I mean, I don't ask people to subscribe. Yeah, I don't do any of that, but there's this button. You can give me money. If this tutorial was useful, you can click that button and give me money. How do I say that? Yeah, so MongoDB is on the back end. Well, the code that we wrote was purely front-end code, but it was talking to an API that was in turn talking to MongoDB. Cool. So that's all for this video. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed it, what do I want to say? If you enjoyed it, click the thanks button. If you got some value out of this video, check out that thanks button down below. Sending money is the only... No, I mean, I appreciate all the positive comments and all that good stuff. I guess I could show where to click. Why not? Why not? The thing, like, here's the thing. Like, the video that I did on building a CRUD API with TypeScript and Express, I have not seen any tutorials in written form or video form that wrote code the way that I wrote code. Similarly, it's really hard to figure out how to set up all of these dev tools and stuff. So that video, I think people are getting a lot of use of as well. And, you know, you could throw me $1 or $2. I like that, SQL Gorster. Thank you for sending me in the right direction. That's it for this video. Thank you so much for watching. If you got some value out of it, feel free to click that thanks button or become a member or be a subscriber over on Twitch. All of this was recorded live on Twitch with lots of audience interaction and lots of suggestions from the chat. So I appreciate you all for being here. Thank you very much. And if you want to tune in, follow over on Twitch and you can be a part of the creation of tutorials like this. We'll see you in the next one. I did it. I did it. I did it. That's good enough. It might vary on like the country that you're in. I don't know, Windward Hive. Hopefully you see this thanks button. Twitch is removing commands from the IRC interface. What's the implication there? Can you link me to a blog post? Oh, slash commands. Okay, I don't really use slash, like slash marker or slash mod. Basically, you won't be able to do like command moderation actions from TMI anymore or from. Interesting. That's gonna affect a lot of people. Why are they doing that? Why are they doing that? Oh yeah, for any newbies that joined today. Check out the frequently asked questions because on there I talk about my extensions and specifically how is my YouTube green, and I use an extension called Enhancer for YouTube. So if you check that out, you can use that extension. Yeah, I saw earlier like Codex and Alka were having a conversation, but I missed it. Oh wow, Hushu, thank you for sticking around. Okay, I do have to go though. We're gonna go on a raid. This was fun. I mean, I'm happy enough with this app. I think the main issue is like I just set out to do too much all at once. I should have planned that this was gonna take 2 streams to do. But I think overall I'm pretty happy with the content. You know. Okay, let's go on a raid. If you are a sub, you can use this raid message. And if you're not a sub, you can use this raid message. It's true. Well, thank you, Crazy Weekly. Yeah, I mean, it's true. It was like 2 hours before we even started writing code, and So we did cover a lot today because I Dockerized an app. I taught about Docker Compose. Whoa, that's a big one. I'm using this new touch portal. Check it out. Oh, I mean, you can see my fingerprints, but that lets me do things like this. It's basically like a little stream deck, or that, or that. Can we see the last version of the project? Yeah, it's over on GitHub. If you look in this folder here, you can see it. But actually, you make a great point, Ulus. I should describe the app we're going to build and then put that at the beginning of the video. All right, real quick. Let me do that. That's a great idea. You show them what you're gonna do so that they're excited and they stick around for the video. Welcome in, Luis. Glad to have you here. Yeah, you can watch it right after the thing is over. Coding.garden/videos. Here it is. all of my VODs are available for 60 days here on Twitch. Cool. Welcome back. I'm just now ending, but thanks for coming back. All right, I'm gonna do like a quick overview of the app we built and figure out a way to splice it into the beginning of the video. So in this video, we're going to build a React CRUD client, and it'll work just like this. So we'll be able to specify a to-do. So this is talking to a backend API that allows us to create, read, update, and delete to-dos. So when I say learn TypeScript here as my new to-do, when I click add, that actually makes a post request to the backend, and then the front end makes a GET request to list all of the to-dos. I can add multiple. So let's say like learn React. We see multiple. If I go to a specific to-do, that loads that specific to-do by ID on this page. I have the ability to toggle it as done. I can go back to the home page and see that. And then also I can remove that to-do, which redirects me back to the home page. So in this video, we're going to describe how all of this works together, how it's using React query under the hood, how to use Material UI components and theming to get it to look this way. So check it out. I don't know. Maybe that'll work. Okay, yeah, so join the mailing list. Check me out over on YouTube. We have a main channel, and I unlocked a custom URL for my archive channel. So you can subscribe to the archive channel as well. And I have a Twitter. You can follow me on Twitter. And I guess that's it. Thanks for watching, everyone. I appreciate you all for sticking around for so long. Thanks for all the suggestions and all that good stuff. Like I said, we're going to go on a raid. I don't know who we're going to raid, but whoever we raid, show them lots of love. Drop a follow if you like what they're doing. Yeah. Oh, you're totally right, Alka. I need to update that command. You have a great one too, Super. Alrighty, wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this. Not that. Here's...